Let's get ready to RPG!
RPG! RPG! RPG! RPG! RPG!
Hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome all to Night's the Last Call. Here we are, hanging out on a Friday night, nothing else going on. I forgot my backlight. I know people they're into the backlight there. We got a little bit of blue. What's going on, everybody? Hopefully you're having a good night. Aren't you supposed to be snoozing it up? Roll for Combat. Roll for Combat is supposed to be in Philadelphia doing what he does best. Yes, but also kind of my fault. So we had one of our players who couldn't make it tonight, and then nobody else really. I wasn't seeing anybody else. Not to say that they were unavailable, but nobody else like mentioned that they were available or not available. So there was kind of like a lot of like uncertainty up in the air. And tonight was the Lorwyn pre-release. So. Steven says, I am doing what I do best, and then some. I can't promise it'll be fun, Zipperfist. It's more just like I was hanging out here anyways, and I really didn't have anything else to do, so yeah. Why not? Plus, I'm going to be out of town next week. We're going to do a stream on Tuesday. Bob is going to come over. And we're going to cover the land of Eam, part 2. We're going to be covering the Mucklands. But then I'm going to be out on the ocean, cruising with my buddy. We're going to the Emo's Not Dead cruise. And so, yeah, I'll be out for at least a stream or two. So it's always nice to get a couple extra streams in. Yeah, it's been snowing here a lot, unfortunately. So down in the 20s ish, windy oceans of snow. KC, for some reason you thought it was on the Great Lakes. Well, the Great Lakes are frozen, so I don't think it would be that. So guys, texted you 3 times. Can you confirm if you're going to be there? No one responds. I canceled because I'm not putting in the time for play. Yeah, I mean, it's not quite that dramatic. I mean, but yeah, like it was. Again, it was really nobody's fault. Again, the one person was clearly like, "Hey, I'm not going to be there." But then there was like no other follow-ups of like, "Okay, well, I'm still in, or I'm still in, I'm still in, I'm still in, and I'm still in." So I was like, "Okay." So. And again, too, we play remotely, so it's really. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Preemptive striking. So there have been a lot of discussions over the last couple of days about what we're going to be doing in 2026 with the channel. But, one thing that I always like to talk about is mega games. And we've had a channel in the Discord for about the past month or so where I tapped some people whose opinion I value and who have run games for me before and have been part of my mega game, philosophy, or at least somewhat aligned with my mega game philosophy, and sort of tap them as sort of for input and for some of their opinions. But, there's kind of been this idea of like, will we actually make, a Wilderfeast based mega game? And, I think it's interesting. I think I do want to try it. If for no other reason, then I have sort of been, yeah, it is. It's actually, the name of the stream is Secret Wilderfeast Planning Channel. That's the name of the channel. Well, it's just, I don't want to be what's the word I'm looking for? I don't want to be overly influenced by a bunch of people's thoughts and opinions. As terrible as that may sound, to a certain extent, we kind of run the other games. We literally run them by committee, right? We have a GM council who makes most of the decisions for things like Northern Reaches and even Dragontide in its beta season. And of course, we do surveys, and we really care what people think because we want to make sure that we're responsive and wise stewards of people's gaming experience. However, sometimes it's annoying as shit, if I'm being quite honest, because you can't make everybody happy all the time. So it's a Mitch Hedberg joke. They say you can't make everyone happy all the time, and last night all those people were at my show. So, anyways, what I was gonna say is Northern Reaches is really mostly handled by the GM Council now. I mean, I chime in occasionally, and I really step up if there's like a real big problem or they need somebody, to kind of come in with authoritative reasoning, unbiased, But for the most part, it runs itself. But then Dragontide, which was Bob's Dragonbane mega game, which again started because we were joking about running. At the time, we were just thinking one mega game, and we were talking about doing Northern Reaches Season 3, and this was 2 years ago, and I said, it'd be easy. We should just use Dragonbane because it doesn't have levels, and we ended up using Pathfinder 2nd Edition again, of course, but Bob was like, oh, that's a really cool idea, and I really thought your idea of, like, making it on islands was really, really cool, because at the time, I was trying to solve a problem of, like, how do we do Hexploration in a mega game where the GMs are also players. And yeah, so because if you have a hex, part of Hexploration is discovery and secrets and learning the map, filling out the map, and all this other stuff. But if you have a region map, and like a hex map, like a Dolmenwood or whatever, if you're GMing in that and you're running people through a hex crawl, then, and by the way, a lot of our GMs are players, and a lot of our players are GMs. It's not like it's like 2 or 3 people who'd have the inside track. No, there's dozens of people. Like, we have a lot of GMs in Knights Last Call. And with Northern Reaches, our Pathfinder 2 game, for the first 2.5 seasons, we always had very, it was very vague. We had these maps, but they were more artistic. They didn't really do anything. You never put your dungeon or your adventure, you never put it on a spot on the map. It was always very hand wavy. There was no real exploration mechanics. Well, with Dragonbane, we had Dragonbane being a Forbidden Lands-esque type game coming out of Free League, has exploration as part of its hallmark. It's got some pretty robust rules around traveling and camping and all that other stuff. So we knew we wanted to do that. And so I was like, okay, so I want people to be able to hex crawl, which means I need to have each GM needs to run a hex crawl. But if we have one shared area map, then every GM is going to already know what the map is. And so there's a very high chance that every player is going to know or there's going to be at least 1 or maybe 2 players in every party who have seen the map and know what's going on. So it was, so the idea that I came up with was, well, what if we made it like an archipelago and we focused on boats, which I like anyways. And then every GM will get their own island. And so the only people who are ever going to be running games on your island is you. You're never going to be playing on your island. And thus you can turn your island into a hex crawl. Players can land, they can take the boat, or they can acquire their own boat and take the boat from the town and sail to your island, land on its shores, and then begin their exploration of your island. And so that way we could have this hex crawl, but instead of one big area map, it's a bunch of individual islands. And that worked. There were pros and cons, as there always is. But one of the cons being that people made their islands way bigger than I thought they were. In fact, as kind of a point of comparison, Dolmenwood which we covered the sort of the introduction, the player's guide, and we're going to cover part 2 on Sunday, where we're going to talk more about the campaign setting and all that other stuff. Most of these people's islands were way bigger than Dolmenwood, the entire campaign setting. And I was like imagining people's islands were going to be like, maybe like 15 hexes, like maybe 3 by 5, roughly, it's a hex. So you can have a little bit of, a little bit of movement. But like, I was thinking there might be like 15 hexes total, 10 to 20 hexes, or maybe 25 or 30 at a high end. So you might have like, 5 hexes tall by 6 hexes wide, roughly, at the absolute peak, at the absolute maximum. Instead, people were making like 50 plus. I think there might have been a couple of 100 plus hex islands. People made absolutely massive islands. And again, I was imagining these islands being literally like the size of small, tiny little Caribbean islands that, most people think of, we would call them the Windward Isles, but like, the Lesser Antilles. So, the Virgin Islands and, St. Kitts and, St. Croix and all that other stuff. Instead, most people's islands were like the size of, if not larger than, Cuba or Indonesia, just massive, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands of square miles. So that was one mistake. And of course, the other thing is that the information and the experience of going to one island doesn't really help you in any of the other islands. So one of the advantages it solved was this issue of like, hey, everybody could be on one island and we can have everybody experience that exploration, but it doesn't really, it's kind of locked into that one island more than anything else. The other thing that I tried to do with Dragontide was to create a robust system. We've always scaled up what we call the downtime system in Northern Reaches. We always understood from the beginning with our mega games that we wanted there to be more to do than just play the game, because reasonably, most people cannot play in more than one session a week. Some people are crazy and playing 2 or 3, but most people can't play in a single, in a session a week. And many people can't play in a session every week. Some people can only play in a session or 2 a month. And then we have people we know who can't play in a session at all. So my idea was, can we create a mega game where you could play and participate in the mega game, even though your character may never actually go on what we would call a RPG session. So I was trying to solve for that as well. And I tried to solve for that for a couple different manners. And this is a long story of saying that a lot of people didn't like my ideas, which is fine. And the reason that a lot of people didn't like my ideas, I mean, some of them might have been because they were fundamentally flawed, which is fair. But I think one of the main reasons is just because I'm changing something in what is, in their mind, the correct way to play the game. When people come to play Northern Reaches, there's a large part of it where they're not coming to play Northern Reaches. They're coming to play Pathfinder 2. And when a lot of people came to play Dragontide, they weren't necessarily coming to play Dragontide. They were coming to play Dragonbane. So when I come in and I make a change to the way that Dragonbane is supposed to work, for people who aren't really interested in, they don't really care about Derek's game. They care about playing Dragonbane. That's what they want to play. So then that can be very annoying to them, which is totally reasonable. If that's what your experience is, that experience is being changed or that experience is not being delivered. So you're going to be irritated. And, combined with the fact that maybe some of the things that we took a stab at had problems. So no, not only did you, even if it was perfect, you wouldn't have liked it, but it wasn't perfect either. So, it's kind of a damned if you do and damned if you don't type situation. So, yeah, so when we reviewed Wilderfeast, which of course naturally was put up on our first look queue as a joke, because Derek hates the anime Delicious in Dungeon, which the patrons made me watch on our Discord like last year or something. And And I've never played any of the Monster Hunter games, which the game is based off of. So I saw it, and I was like, oh, this game is actually quite charming, and there's actually a lot to like here. And it's got a really cool play pattern. But the most important thing that stood out to me is nobody wants to play this game. Nobody is playing this game. So nobody will really care if I, butcher the hell out of it, if you don't mind the pun. And so that's why I've been sort of interested in talking about the game. Let's see here. Memento Mori. With all the mega game talk, is the idea of a next PF2E season of NR in consideration to not happen? It's a weird way to phrase that. It's like a weird negative. Or is it a given plus other stuff? Oh, Pathfinder 2nd Edition, Northern Reaches will always be Pathfinder 2nd Edition, and until otherwise noted, there will always be a Pathfinder 2E, or a season. There's like 3 issues. Well, this is not really about Wilderfeast, but really it's about mega game talk. But I'm going to go open up my windows because it is getting warm in here. So I'll be right back. So what was I saying? Oh, right. Okay. So the real issue that we have, this is specific to Northern Reaches, but I mean, it kind of applies, I guess, to all of our mega games, is traditionally our games have started in the spring. We've tried to have them, officially, we try to have them start like, around middle March. They never really get off that early, but sometimes they start in April, sometimes they start in May. And then historically, they went to the end of the year, where we would call it the winter phase. But what we discovered is that, like, once you hit Thanksgiving, people really are just super busy with the holidays. So we made a decision to sort of wrap it up, in November. But what we've also determined is that as soon as summer ends, ironically, participation drops off precipitously in our games. Maybe it's because everybody's got kids going back to school. That's one of the operative theories. It could be just that it could be a coincidence, and it just correlates with people getting sick of the game or burned out or whatever. But one of the things that we've really discussed is, like, how long should these seasons be? And historically, we were like, let's try to make them eight months, right? Like, let's run it from like April to December. And then we're like, okay, let's make it like 6 months. And now there's this conversation of maybe it should be 4 months. And for some odd reason, participation is always like the highest in like June, July, August, which is the summertime, which is when I would think it would be the worst. It's nice out. Most of our players are in the Northern Hemisphere. It's nice out. It's the summertime. The kids are off school. People are doing vacations. I would think that would be when no one would be playing. But for some odd reason, that is when we get our most active playing. So one of the conversations that's happening with Northern Reaches Season 4 is, when should it run? And how should, when should it run? So that's number 1. It's just like the length and when. Number 2, Northern Reaches was originally conceived as a game by Aaron Smith as a way to have people be able to play Pathfinder 2nd Edition and learn how to run dungeons while experiencing the kind of crazy, diegetically driven, broken shit that we do in our campaigns all the time. Again, some of you may have seen this before, but there's a video. It's actually one of it's actually the first video I ever posted to YouTube. It's on my personal YouTube account. It's the finale of our 5e. Smith ran a 5e campaign over Roll20. Like when Roll20 was like, I don't want to say it was relatively new, but you know what I mean? It was early Roll20. But Smith ran a 5e campaign, and my bard did about 1,000 damage around. He had a charisma of like 30. I don't know. I don't remember what it was. we had this whole system of like very Final Fantasy 14 inspired stacking ultimate limit breaks where we could build up charges of inspiration. Inspiration became like a meter mechanic. Okay. And then we fought Chaos, who had 9,999 hit points, basically. Or God, if you will. Yep, we'll call it God. We fought God at the end of the campaign, and he had 9,999 hit points. And by the way, the name of that campaign, Dark Dungeons? No, Darkest Dungeon. Not Darkest Dungeon. Into Darkness was the name of the campaign. Into Darkness. And it was heavily inspired by the gritty, dungeon crawling, torch counting, ration counting game Darkest Dungeon and Torchbearer. That's how the game started, and that's how the game was inspired. And then it ended up with me having a bard who, did 1,000 damage around and, could cast Wish as a bonus action. Fighting God literally in space. So clearly, right, there was some escalation that occurred throughout the course of that campaign. Let me see if I can find it real quick. For some people, I always assume, I always forget that people, not everybody has seen everything. Yep, Into Darkness. Okay. So what you're seeing in the chat is my character's attack. Those are my character's damage rolls, by the way. It's 180, 167, 179. That is God that we're fighting there in space. You can see there's, it's a biblically accurate angel. It's muted right now, but that's my bard attacking. You can see all this. I have 368 hit points, so that's nice. These were like laser stacking mechanics that Smith introduced. It was like an MMO. Now these are our talismans. So these are this was the basis of our, our ultimate thing here. So you can see here, I can now target 2 allies with Bardic Inspiration. I charge my Aegis when I attack. I have Arcane Symbiosis, Inspiration, bonus action, concentration. Once per turn, when your Bardic Inspiration target makes a melee attack, you may spell strike through their weapon. Whatever the hell that means. And then these are my ultimates. I have Mana Flare and Moment of Perfection. Mana Flare, by the way, you and your allies may cast spells with bonus actions. If your allies, including those who cannot cast spells, wish, and you permit, you may cast from your repertoire. Spells cast from your repertoire can benefit from your Aegis' abilities to ignore spell slots. So I could let all of my allies use my spell slots, which didn't cost spell slots, and they could use them all as bonus actions. Yeah, we made a Korean MMO. Anyways, long story short, that's the way that Smith runs his campaigns. And to a certain extent, that's how I run my campaigns. So that was Northern Reaches. And, while some things kind of got a little bit out of pocket, for the most part, it was kind of accurate. However, as time has gone on, Smith has stepped back from running the game, and even Bob and I don't really run the game anymore. It's run by our council. And we've had new people join the game. And the vibe of Northern Reaches has changed considerably, which is to say that now it is, I think, more about narrative, story building, people creating, very, more balanced approach to Pathfinder 2, really focusing more on, cool plot art. Now, I don't want to say plots like it's railroaded, but like cool events that lead to dramatic moments and character, dare I even say character growth, and a lot more role-playing focus, as people use that term. Even like the downtime system is now really more focused about, characters running their own little venues and shops in town. So it's a much more, and a lot of the what I'll call antagonistic or PvP focused type gaming stuff has been basically eliminated from the game. It created bad feelings and people having issue or umbrage with certain elements of the game. And there's a reason why Nice Celeste calls unofficial slogan is "Get fucked." Why we have a sticker that says "Get fucked," and it's because when someone used to complain or say something was unfair or whatever or feel like they were entitled to something in Northern Reaches, Smith's response usually would be "Get fucked." So yeah. Needless to say, that has changed a lot. The people who play the game, the people who run the game, aren't necessarily as aligned to that ethos or that ethic as we once were. And in some ways, the play group was never fully aligned with the vision that Smith and I had, which was very dungeon focused. And again, we kind of wanted to create, what we saw as a testament or an homage to the Gary Gygax style of gaming, where a GM would create a dungeon, and that dungeon, when I say create a dungeon, I mean a proper dungeon. I don't mean 3 rooms. I don't mean the 5-room dungeon model. 5 rooms is not a dungeon. I mean a proper, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 room dungeon over multiple levels, and to have this group of players explore that dungeon again and again and again and again. In some cases, maybe retreading existing ground. In some cases, finding and exploring new areas, and kind of having this communal experience of a group of people all exploring a dungeon. Anyways, for the most part, that didn't really happen. There's a lot of reasons why it didn't happen. One of them is time and investment. It's kind of interesting because a lot of people say that with the mega games, and again, some of this is just anecdotal. A lot of people will say that it's, and I understand why. It's not your campaign. It's not your home campaign. And also I think that so you're not going to spend as much time with it as you would otherwise. Also, it's not like we're not paying anybody to run these games. And, you have two kinds of games, right? You have really lightweight, easy, quick, low prep, no prep type gaming. And then you have what I would call very prep heavy games. And I think Pathfinder 2 is a very prep heavy game. And so it takes a lot of time, I think, to do it well and to do it right. And so a lot of the PF2 games, I think, were very, a lot of people would just focus on just having a cool combat, because that was very easy to do. Now, some people obviously took it to a much more extreme level where they really designed a lot of stuff and a lot of interesting stuff. But for a lot of people, it was like, hey, I just want to run a monster, which is fine, but not really again what we were, trying to go for. But also, people really wanted to play Pathfinder 2, and so one of the problems is that when you create a whole new crazy system that radically unbalances the game, then people will, some people will say, well, this isn't Pathfinder 2. This isn't what I signed up to play. All of which, and again, so case in point with Dragontide, I tried to create a bunch of systems that I thought would be interesting, and some people thought they were. It's not like that, but by and large, a lot of people were like, I could take it or leave it, and I'd leave it. So for my own sake, my own sanity, and Bob being very nice is basically kind of like Bob is basically kind of like going like, Derek, why don't you go focus on something else? I'll handle this. Because again, Bob doesn't even Bob doesn't care about that stuff. Bob just wants to play Dragonbane too. That's all. Bob is fucking let's go. Let's fucking go Dragonbane. Mirth and mayhem. In fact, a lot of the things that Bob likes, I think, would probably cause people to be upset too, because Bob really loves, just random shit and, oh, you rolled badly and your character sucks, well, better luck next time. And obviously a lot of people feel very differently about their role-playing games. And they're like, well, where's the fairness and where's the balance? So I've been looking at Wilderfeast. So the deal with Wilderfeast is that okay, nope, that's not it. There we go. The deal with Wilderfeast is that, do I not have it open? Oh, I thought I did. There we go. Oh, okay, it is open. So one of the deals with Wilderfeast is that I think is really interesting. Reset this and then shrink it. Is that the game, or the dungeon, I should say, or the game. Again, we talked about this before, but the game is all completely diegetic. And so the way that this game works, I wish I had, unfortunately, it's a little annoying here. They have this section here called pre-generated characters, and it's a QR code. And it's, and it's like they don't actually, on the link, they don't actually have the pre-generated characters, but we should be able to bring these up here. I don't know, Kidris. I don't know if it is. I don't know. I can't be sure, can I? But so this is an example of a character in Wilderfeast. So you have your styles, which are basically like your attributes, and then you have your skills. There's 12 of those. And then you have your traits, and traits are basically like special abilities. And then you have your weapon, and your weapon gains techniques, okay? And the way that you increase your styles, and the way that you increase your skills, and the way that you increase your traits is through hunting, killing, cooking, eating monsters. And when you do that, you can acquire traits, skills, and styles that monster has. And in the case of skills and styles, you have to eat a monster that has a higher valued style or skill than you have. All right. So if our Wilder here, Prize is the name of the PC, if we went and hunted a monster, well, let's say we hunted a Lapu Lapu. So a Lapu Lapu only has a mighty value of 2. So if we killed this Lapu Lapu, we would not be able to raise our mighty to 4 because its mighty is only 2. This is the monster, by the way. However, and you can see the monster doesn't have any precise or any tricky, so that wouldn't help us with precise or tricky at all. However, the monster is quite swift. It looks to be some sort of mutant bunny monster. So if we killed and ate this monster, we could choose to raise our swift from 1 to 2. Additionally, this monster has skills of craft, hoard, search, and assurance. So potentially we could get new ranks in those. So the problem, one of the things that we are discussing actually is this question of progression and how and much it should be earned versus how much it should be given and how much it should be rewarded. So what I mean by that is, so like, for example, normally when you play a game of Wilderfeast, so this is like a normal, sometimes when I push on this, it minimizes everything. I would love to know why it does that. Are all the monsters kind of like bosses? I will say yes, but also no. In the sense that, like, I mean, you do fight the monsters kind of one at a time. Like, you're not fighting them like in D&D. So yeah, I mean, I guess, you know what, Eden is. I will say yes. They are like a boss fight in that respect. What is all over my thing? Okay. So the way that the game works in a normal Wilderfeast game is, you have your PCs, and they learn about or discover signs of a monster. This is like your classic. Okay, I would love to know. I need to change this. What is going on with this? All right. I don't want to do any of this. How can I change this? Touch gestures. Disable. All of those are disabled. Okay. Left click. Okay, that should be good. Hopefully that works. Okay, so sorry, I was just messing around with my settings here. So the PCs find signs, and this is basically like, your hooks to, a problem in the game, like a monster. Monsters going out of control. It's been spotted. It's been spotted near Lake Titicaca, okay, or whatever. So then your PCs go out and they start trailing the monster, and they go on the trail. And the objective during this phase of the game is there's a map that the GM has that has a bunch of areas that are linked together, and the PCs might be here, and the monster might be right here. And you are trying to move, if you will, from area to area, kind of trying to find the monster. And, you might move here, and then the monster moves here, and then you move here, and then finally you move here. And then you find the monster. And if you find the monster, then you hunt the monster. Then you fight it. If you are successful, so this is, if successful, you hunt it. If you are successful on the hunt, then you get to cook and eat it. And that's how you get the special abilities or whatever, or the improvements to your character. But here's the problem that I see, or well, I don't know if it's a problem or not. It's one of those things where it's like Derek is usually wrong, so I have to think about this. Which is, in a normal game of Wilderfeast, okay, you and me and maybe it's Force and Icy Knives and Thaddeus, we're all playing, and we're this group of PCs, and we sit down, and it's a Friday night, and we're trying to hunt down this lapu, right? And it's been infected, of course, to make things nice and not so you're not a horrible murderer person. There's this contagion in the game called the frenzy, and it's a curse virus, and of course it makes the monsters dangerous, and it spreads like wildfire, and those monsters cannot be saved, and they have to be put down, and right, makes it nice so that we can go hunt them. So we hear about this lapu that's gone frenzy, and it's in the nearby Thornwood Vale. So we make our way to the Thornwood Vale. We hear about the signs. There was a village started off with their entire fields being picked clean in one night. And then, some of the local children went missing. And finally somebody, saw it and they realized it was the Lapu Lapu who had become infected by frenzy. And, Lapu Lapus are rabbits. And so, we need to make sure that we kill this thing before it breeds, because then it'll spawn an entire generation of frenzied Lapu Lapu or something like that, right? So we have our signs. So we get on the trail and we start trying to hunt this thing down. And it's Friday night and we're playing for 3 or 4 hours. Now, this process of trying to hunt the monster down is very much sort of a mini game, not a miniatures game, but it's sort of a mini game. It is fairly procedural, which is one of the things I actually like about it. So we're hunting, we're trying to find the Lapu Lapu, but we get stuck in the Thornwood Vale. We misread some signs and we follow the trail, but the monster, we thought the monster went this way, but actually the monster went down. And so we end up missing the monster and we get torn, spun around, and then we get stuck with a weather event, and we're forced to take shelter, and we're trying to hunt this thing out in the wilds. Meanwhile, the Lapu Lapu is, seemingly evading our pursuit, right? It's a rabbit, but it's crazy, but it's still a prey animal in some ways, or whatever. And the session ends because it's Friday night and it's 10 p.m. and, you have soccer in the morning with the kids. So we end the session, and we end the session right there. And so the next time that we play, we pick it up right where we left off, and we continue our hunt for the Lapu Lapu. And so the journey continues. So the next time we play, time hasn't passed at all. And then we proceed south. And then eventually we find the Lapu Lapu. And we fight the Lapu Lapu. And we fight the Lapu Lapu for a bit. And then the Lapu Lapu, we hurt it, we wound it, and it runs away. And we're like, okay, all right. The Lapu Lapu, it's wounded, it's hurt. Okay, good. Here's what we're going to do. We're kind of beat up too. So what we'll do is we'll go back to town. We now know a little bit more of what we're dealing with. We'll heal up, we'll recover, and then we'll come back out and we'll finish the job, right? We heard it. We think we know where its lair is now. We can return now that it's wounded, and we can finally put an end to this poor creature's suffering before it can cause any more damage or destruction. Cool. So even though we fought it, and even though we kind of killed it, it ran away. We still haven't killed it and eat it. So finally, on the third session, and by the way, I'm not necessarily saying that this is the normal play pattern of Wilderfeast. I'm just giving you an example. Finally, on the third time, we go out, we find it, we hunt it down. This time, we corner it, or it doesn't run away, and we finally kill it. We eat it, we cook it, we eat it, and we gain our cool magical powers. Now, to be very clear about this game does not have XP. And there are 4 main ways that your PC can advance. You have your styles, which are your attributes. And to be very clear, this is how many D6s you roll when you make a check. And then you have your skills. And these let you modify dice after they are rolled. So, for example, if you had a skill of +2, you could turn a D6 that was a 4, you could turn it into a 6. You have traits, which are these sort of monstrous abilities that your characters gain by eating monsters. And then lastly, you have your techniques, which is your skills, your feats, your powers, or whatever, with your weapon. These 3 things are only gained in the game by eating monsters. Your ability to be better at a skill in this game is reliant upon you hunting, killing, cooking, and eating a monster. And to a certain extent, I understand why, because that's what the game's about, and the reward mechanisms need to follow that. However, hopefully by now, you have realized what might be potentially, maybe, a problem with this gameplay pattern. which is, in this example, it took that group of PCs, right? It took me and Force and Thaddeus and Icy. It took us 3 sessions to hunt down and kill this monster, okay? Well, the problem is, in a mega game, those would be 3 separate sessions, potentially, with 3 separate people who only the last group actually gets to eat the monster. And that means that when you go out and play a game of Wilderfeast, because every session has to be sort of a one-shot session, you and your group may get together and you go and try to find this Lapu Lapu monster. You hunt it throughout the Thornwood Vale. You are unable to find it. You learn some stuff. You know, maybe you make some awarenesses, but you don't really, you don't kill it. You don't eat it, and so you don't get anything for it. And so that's the dilemma that the game introduces. Now, Jake, you are 100% right. You mean get fucked isn't still a valid response to this problem? That would be the correct response. That would be the normal response, which is get fucked. And, part of me wonders if that is a valid response to this problem or not. Now, remember, when I'm creating a mega game, I am not necessarily trying to, I mean, in a modern, in a real mega game, I would be thinking, how do I make this engaging? How do I keep people relatively happy? How do I find the happy medium that makes everybody happy? Maybe in this game, I don't. But I also don't necessarily know that does this reward, forget what the game wants. Forget what the rule of the game is. What we reward, okay, is what we're encouraging. So how do we structure a game in a way that rewards the type of behavior that we want to encourage? Right? Now, there's also something to be said about, the value of making players make tough choices, right? Because if your characters get XP or get advancement for doing, if your character gets XP and advancement from doing everything that they do, then it doesn't really matter what you do, right? Because you'll get rewarded for it, regardless. So you have to, the kind of reward that you do, the kind of reward that you give, really sort of dictates the kind of game that you're encouraging. So for example, Simon just arrived, but if you have PCs that are pros at tracking monsters, how are they going to level up if they don't kill it? So Simon, right off the bat, kind of highlights one initial problem, potentially, which is that it doesn't exist in a non-mega game. You see, in a non-mega game, every party has to be good at kind of everything. In a mega game, though, you could have specialists. And in fact, in mega games, oftentimes I have found that people really like being a kind of weirdly bad character, right? Oh, like, what do you do? I just make potions, man. Really? That's all your character does? Yep, that's all I do. I make potions, man. That's all I want to do. All I want to do is make potions. So I could imagine a world where people play this game and they go, I just want to be like a master tracker. I don't hunt them. I don't kill the monsters. I'm just really good at finding them, finding where they lair. I'm really good at navigating, through the wild lands. I'll set them up. Other players can knock them down. That would be really cool for me. Like that would be a cool thing. Maybe sometimes a group of dedicated killer hunters, bring me on and I lead them to the monster. But I am totally cool with just going and trying to, track them. Okay, that sounds cool. This game, as written, will never reward that behavior. Ever. It would say, get fucked. Eat a monster or get fucked. So now Icy Nice says, could you bring it back to the village and everyone eats who participated? You could. However, I do think that would create a lot of power creep. And also, I think it just, again, there's something to be said about, giving trophies to 27th place. I mean, one of the problems, I think, or one of the things that we like about mega games is the idea that, like, what you do and what you don't do matters, that the actions that you have, the actions and the lack of actions that you take have consequences. Are there any other mechanics like equipment or money? No. As written, the game has no money. In fact, the Reddit, which is very, very minimal, not many people post there because I think the game is pretty small and niche. There's a lot of people who admittedly I think are pretty trad coded. They're like, there's not even a equipment list. There's not even a, there's a skill called hoard. And if you're trying to like buy something, you just make a hoard check. But there is no, as written, there is no equipment. There is no money. And Kyojin says, spoilers for the quick start. If the party doesn't find the monster, it finds them and starts with the initiative. And to be clear, Kyojin, I think that's really great for a quick start. And in some cases, by the way, the game does talk about that the monster might be tracking them, which is totally fair and awesome. But I think that's because a quick start, if you're doing the quick start, you want to have a fight with the monster, right? So exactly, Kidrissa. We have to figure out what is the behavior that we want to encourage, And then Thaddeus is right. See, when you right, what gets measured gets managed. What gets rewarded gets repeated. And one of the things I learned very much in corporate America is sometimes when you encourage one type of behavior, you don't know it, but you're actually encouraging other problematic types of behavior. And so Thaddeus correctly identifies that this will introduce a problem of encouraging players to only pick game sessions that are near completion if the hunts are going to last more than one session. And Cinnabus pointing out, rightfully so, good luck finding players for that initial hunt with the get fucked tactic, right? Nobody wants to be the one who gets fucked, right? Jake says courses are for closers. So now, none of this is to say that this stuff isn't fixable. Of course it is. But what I'm trying to get at is like even the simple act of figuring out what gets rewarded in a mega game, I think is really, really important because you're dealing with something that most RPG designers never have to think about, which is what happens at the end of the session. Now, going back to to get fucked, if we go back to, the original, the king of get fucked is Dungeons and Dragons. Because in Dungeons and Dragons, in fact, if we were doing a mega game in Dolmenwood even says treasure is the way that you get experience points. In fact, you do get experience points for killing monsters, but compared to treasure, it is a small amount. In fact, the game even says that as much as 75% of your experience points is going to come from treasure. And it means treasure. It means gold, silver, jewels, fine pieces of art, gems. It means treasure. And if we were playing a game and you went into, we're playing Dolmenwood and you went and were, going out into the Hex and you explored it and you found the ruins of the witch's hut, but you didn't go into it. You didn't get any treasure. You don't get any experience points. So the next time that a group of players they go to the witch's hut because they know where it is now. And these are different players. And they go in the witch's hut and they find 10,000 gold. Guess what? They're splitting 10,000 XP. So original D&D was very get fucked focused. You might get a little bit of experience points, again, for fighting or driving off or whatever monsters. But majority of the game was predicated on if you don't find good treasure, then you are not going to get much experience points. And in fact, Gary Gygax's original model for D&D, which we now call a West March, was that Gary had a dungeon. He was the single GM. And there was as many as 20 or 30 players who were all part of his campaign. And they would come over at different times throughout the week. And maybe one group found a secret treasure vault, but they couldn't get in. But some other group finds that treasure vault. They find the key, or maybe they get lucky with an open locks check. They get into that treasure vault and they pick it clean. They get all that gold. They got all the experience points. Then that other group comes back a week later, and they go back, and then they get in, and it's empty now. And they get nothing. They get goose egg. So that original, that mentality of get fucked, that's not something that Smith and I did because, you know, we're jerks. We were doing that because that's the way that the hobby was originally created. Now, I'm not trying to say that is a good thing. You know, I'm not trying to say that is a superior thing, nor am I trying to say that is an inferior thing. I am just trying to say that it's definitely a thing. And, you know, we were trying to, recreate that to a certain extent. You know. Now, Simon says maybe you could go with a quest system, something like a quest board where there are quests like track down Monster X, and when it gets killed, you get a part of their resources. Yeah, I mean, again, you know, there's something to be said about the nature of this game, and we can change it however I want. In fact, one of the reasons I picked this game is because I can hack this thing into a million pieces, and no one's going to complain. No one's going to play this game. Period. So we can stop there. No one's going to play this game. But no one's going to play this game and say, "Oh my God, Derek, you're ruining the purity of the Wilderfeast experience." You know, I'm just such a Wilderfeast fanboy. It's my favorite system. You know, I love vociferously defending Wilderfeast out on Reddit and Twitter. No one's doing that, right? So, you know, we don't have to worry about that too much. So Jackal says, I think it's so funny on the subreddit when people are like, there's no rules for the rest of the game, so it's only interesting for a couple sessions. I have read those posts as well. But then they also say 5e is great at narrative-focused games because there's no rules to get in the way. Again, I don't quite understand the mentality of the people playing this game, but yeah. Now, Kyojin says, what about dictating that every hunt is one session, and if you can't do it, the monster escapes, and you have to start again, possibly affecting the larger world? Now, that is an option, Kyojin. However, one of the things that I really, really, really want to do, and I struggle with it, and we've struggled with it in every game, and different people have different opinions about how effective we are at this. But one of the things for me that I really want in my mega game is the idea of community cooperation. I am in love with the idea of a group of characters working together over a number of sessions, offline and online, to bring down a particularly virulent and dangerous monster. I think the more that you make your game basically a series of one-shots, I think the more you lose that. And I think that's the unfortunate aspect of that, which is like, again, I think I want to encourage people to sort of quote unquote, you know, work together. It does fix the problem, Thaddeus, because in the game, as written, there are 4 categories of monster. The default monster is the adult monster, but there is also the young monster, the elder, and the apex. As you move up, the numbers go burr. And so if all you hunt is adult monsters, eventually you will get to the point where you will basically, you know, the monsters won't have high enough stats for you to actually improve. Correct. So, correct, Thaddeus, but also it kind of, there's an element of it that kind of defeats the point, which is to, you know, reward the people who actually go out and do the hunt and to, you know, actually participate and actually do the business of killing and eating the monster to a certain extent. Now, we definitely talked about this idea, you know, from a certain perspective. If we think of the apex monster as a sort of raid boss, you know, and obviously, presumably, these are big monsters, right? They're physically large monsters. We did talk about the idea that taking down an apex monster might be something that's more of a, a whole game buff. Even if you didn't necessarily participate in that raid, we kind of did this with Dragontide when someone would capture a mythic fish from our fishing game, or a legendary fish from our fishing game, it would grant the entire community a buff. And, so it was kind of like a cool, little, hey, everybody, here, something really cool happened. Everybody gets a little bit of a cut. It's from Paigao. So there's a Vegas game called Paigao. It's a card game, and it's not really relevant what it does. But the most important part is there's the normal bet, and then there's a different bet which is called the fortune bet. And the fortune bet is like an individual bet where like you make a bet like, oh, I'm going to get 3 of a kind, or I'm going to get a straight, or I'm going to get a full house, or I'm going to get 4 aces, or I'm going to get a royal straight flush, or I'm going to get a royal flush, right? And it's it's a really bad bet, right? Where it's like you bet $5, and if you get if you get like a straight, you might win 10. But if you get like a royal flush, you might win 1,000 or more, 1,500 or something like that. Well, anyways, on the small bets or on the small wins, the person who made the bet wins, right? So if I get a small bet and I win, I make $10 or $20 if I get like a straight. But if I get like a big win, there's this system at the table called the envy bonus. And the way that the envy bonus works is everybody at the table gets a little bit. Paigao fortune bonus. Let me see if I can pull up an image of it. Here we go. I'll put this here. So this is an example of the Paigao, of a traditional Paigao fortune payout. So you can see that something like a straight or a 3 of a kind or a flush, pays 2 to 1 or 3 to 1 or 4 to 1. And only the person who's betting that wins. But once you start getting into like the big winners, so for example, if you were sitting down at a table with me and I got a 7-card straight flush, my $5 bet, would pay out $12,500. However, everybody else at the table would get $1,000 too. So this kind of payout structure is kind of like my ideal for something like if the group kills a big monster, like maybe an apex monster, or maybe an elder monster, then I could see the whole community getting a little bit of a bonus. But I don't want to do that for every single thing. Anyways, that's a completely different side. Let's see here. So the question Derek has to answer is, do you want to continue the it's mostly getting fuck theme or not? Right, because the game itself, the actual game of Wilderfeast, is mostly you get fucked. You don't get anything unless you eat a monster. Now, TS Agent says, what about the idea that people who participate in a hunt tag the target, and when it's killed, they get a proportion of the reward? The problem with that is tracking. As much as people want to get rewarded, people also complain. They say that these games also include too much elements of tracking and all this other stuff, and keeping track of which monster has what, and which. Now it's like you're buying into shares with a monster, and I don't know. I see where that could be a potential solution. It just seems like it would be overly involved for me. But if you want community cooperation, you can't have it's mostly you getting fucked as a primary theme, focus, and direction. So here's where we get into a different conversation, which is kind of what my group of people in my secret Wilderfeast chat were talking about, which is the idea of doing good for its own sake. So this is something that doesn't really get mentioned a lot. But in original D&D, you got most of your experience points from getting a treasure. So this meant that in original D&D, if your characters came across a desperate village that was being attacked by orcish raiders, and your group decided to stay and help them defend and fight off this orcish threat, and you save this town from annihilation, and they're just a poor farming village, they have no money to give you, that act would grant you very little experience points. And there's a modern way of thinking of saying, well, that's horrible, that's awful, and I certainly can understand that. But it also reminds me that the reward for doing good is that you did good. And there's something to be said about the idea that if you were going to get a bunch of experience points and level up because you stayed to help the villagers, then were you really doing good? Or were you just seeking attention? And is that all good deeds are when looked at through an ice cold eye? And maybe that's the reason why no good deed goes unpunished and no act of charity goes undeserving. So the point I was trying to make here is that, like, there was a moment in NR Season 1 where we had this kind of, like, you know, if you basically sold your soul, you got a bonus. You actually got free archetype as a bonus. And a lot of people were like, okay, but what's the reward for being good? And Aaron was like, no, there is no reward for being good. And people are like, no, but like, what do I get? Like, do I get like holy divine powers? Do I get like a smite ability? Do I get some sort of healing ability? And he's like, no, the reward, being good sucks. That's why people go, that's why people become evil. So it's my way of saying is that, you know, it's my way of kind of, you know, in a weird way, it's my way of saying, like, so here, let's take a different perspective. Okay, let's take a different perspective. We'll keep with that theme. Okay. So part of the point of this game is that your characters, right, are stewards of the wilds, but you're not necessarily pro nature, right? You know, you are trying to find a balance between nature and humanity. How do we let these things coexist? So imagine the following situation. A group of poachers is wiping out a population of monsters. You know, they're killing them and taking their horns, you know, and they're selling their horns for, you know, to the central people, right? They're being evil or whatever. Now, you know, they're disrupting the natural rhythm. They're going up from, they're creating all sorts of problems. They're going to disrupt the local ecosystem. Okay. So, right. I mean, your characters are like rangers. You're here to preserve the balance between nature and humanity. Right. Well, in Wilderfeast, the core game, if your characters go and you deal with these poachers, maybe you fight them, maybe you drive them off, maybe you kill them, maybe you take them prisoner, maybe you show them the error of their ways, maybe you find some of these monsters that have been hurt or were scheduled to be, you know, skinned or executed or whatever for their horns or whatever, and you rehabilitate them, you feed them, you take care of them, you help them grow and whatever. In Wilderfeast, none of that would grant you any bonus because you didn't eat them. You know, you didn't eat monsters. So driving off a band of poachers, you know, or killing a group of poachers, or, you know, rehabilitating a group of injured or hurt animals or monsters, all very much, I think, in the line of the game. In fact, I mean, that's the problem. You could eat the poachers, but you don't gain abilities from eating humans. You only get abilities from eating monsters. So In fact, there's the rulers, the leaders of this land become what are called giants. They're literally giants, and they eat humans. They actually eat humans. So yeah, I mean, it could definitely give you harmony. It could definitely make a community healthier, right? Because communities have a health score. It's kind of like a community's hit points. So maybe the community was losing hit points. You restore the hit points to that community. You increase the harmony of that area. All really cool things, right? They're narrative, but they're also mechanical. But your character didn't advance. Well, Kyojin, to put it quite bluntly, the example adventure in the book has you go after a group of poachers. So you basically go after a group of, I think the quick start also has you go up against a group of poachers. And in fact, the final boss of this quote unquote adventure, the one that's in the GM guide, is you go up against a giant who is not a monster. So you don't get anything for killing him and eating him or anything like that. They do put a monster hunt in the Monster Hunt game. But again, my point is that there's more to the game than just hunting monsters. I think some people are legitimately maybe disappointed by that. I guess maybe they just literally want the game to be a fighting monsters on repeat every single session. And maybe because all they care about is leveling up and getting stronger. I don't know. But yeah. But again, Kyojin, it's not about about the whole thing. It's about that one particular session, right? If a GM in a mega game made and we always use clocks and we always use countdowns and we use fronts and timers and events, and maybe there's a thing where, right, like the poachers are destroying this population of monsters, and there's a clock which shows the monster. A group of monsters is called a community in the game. And we see that the community's health is at 2 of 4, and then it ticks down to 1 of 4 because the poachers are killing the monsters. The community could choose to ignore that, and if it went to 0, then the monsters are wiped out and there's consequences for it. But if a group did go and deal with that poacher threat in the game, they wouldn't get anything for it. So that's one of the main things that I'm trying to figure out, which is how do you figure that out? What's up, 20 Cats RPG? Still begging for money every 5 minutes. This channel has gone tits up. I agree. Actually, it's ironic that you say that because there's not even this video isn't monetized and there are no tip goals for this stream. So you picked the wrong stream to complain about that on. So what that creates, Stan, is so basically the question is, should I, and this is getting to the heart of it. I talked about this the other day, which is maybe the problem. The problem is, I'm not trying to be cynical here. The problem is this goes back to, I mentioned how I said people don't like my game mechanics, and to be fair, they might be right to do so. So Mark Rosewater, I swear to God, I turned that off. Why does that happen? It's very annoying. Oh, what's up, Jake? Thank you.
Jacob Online tipped $5 since you were begging.
I was begging so hard. Thank you, Jake. Listen, some people They really don't. They really don't like me. What can I say? But yeah. Sorry. Jesus Christ, what is going on here? There we go. Okay. Thank you, Jake. I appreciate you. Even though I wasn't begging, but I appreciate you. Mark Rosewater says, well, okay, let me put it another way. Derek likes interesting decisions. Now, Mark Rosewater says you should make the fun choice the right choice. Mark Rosewater also says, don't confuse interesting with fun. And I think at its core, this is the problem with my game design. Again, I'm being a little overly cynical here, but I think a lot of people play these games and they want to have their cake and they want to eat it too, right? They want to go do something and get rewarded for it. You know, they don't want to have to choose between like doing what is right and doing what will level up their character. They're like, why can't I just do both, right? Why can't I just get experience for doing everything, for doing anything, right? If I'm playing the game, I should get rewarded, right? I should level up. I did something, you should reward me. I want my cake and I want to have it eat. You know, I want to eat my cake and I want to have it too.
Definitely 20 cats tipped $5 because I'm a kind and benevolent person and totally not an asshole.
You know what, Rob? You know what? Respect. If that is probably the most awesome counter troll that I've ever seen in my entire life. You know what? 20 Cats RPG. Hats off to you. That was well played. Checkmate, friend. Checkmate. Love it. You know, game respects game. I'll say that. I'm a bit lost. The reward is getting to play in the hobby you have chosen. You know, Cinnabus, you would think that. But, you know, that is not the way it works. People are motivated by, you know, progression and numbers go burr and, you know, all those other, you know, I like all those elements. And so, you know, a lot of times when I make games, I like to put, you know, for lack of a better word, I like to put characters in a tough spot. I like to put them in a really interesting decision. Like, do you hunt this monster and, you know, get stronger with your character? Or do you do this thing that will be maybe not good for your character, but better for the community? And what choice will you make as a player and a PC? Will you make the selfish choice? Will you make the selfless choice? But maybe making the selfish choice is better because maybe your character will be stronger then and you'll be able to help out the community more in the future. Maybe. There's no easy answer. And I'm kind of putting you on a cross. And I'm kind of saying, no matter what choice you make, it's a bad one, right? That's one way to think of it, right? You lose no matter what. And, you know, if you think back to that original Northern Reaches Season 1, that wasn't my decision. It was Smith's decision. Everyone was like, please, 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 we want free archetype. Pathfinder 2 sucks without free archetype. You can't even play the game. The game's unplayable without free archetype. You need free archetype, free archetype, free archetype or die, free archetype or death. So Smith said, okay, free archetype. A group of devils emerges, and the contract devils, and they offer you the power of, you know, the increased power of your soul, free archetype. But all you have to do is give up 2 of your character's lives. You only had 3 lives in Northern Reaches Season 1. No resurrection, no raised dead. you got killed. You could get killed 3 times. Well, you could get killed twice. The 3rd time, permanent death. So if your character gave up 2 of your 3 lives and signed this contract, and then there was this clock called the growing darkness, and we would tick it, your character would get free archetype. And people were like, wait a second. That doesn't sound like fun. It sounds like it sounds like that decision not only costs me something, but it might also have future consequences for the events of our game. I just want free archetype, just so I can be stronger. And I think I should get free archetype as a reward for, killing evil monsters and saving the day, because that's the thing that I'm doing anyways, and that's also the thing that I want to be doing, and it's also the thing that I was gonna do, quite frankly, regardless. And so I want additional benefits for doing the thing that I was already doing. And what we tried to do, and Smith tried to do, is say, no, you know what? We're gonna make you make a choice. We're gonna make you make an interesting choice. And people said that choice is very interesting, but it is not fun. At least it's not fun for the majority of people. And that is where my design threshold, or my game design, if you want to call it that. Not that I've ever really designed a game. No, I've never made a game, Papa Pirate. For this reason, Papa Pirate, what motivates me to play games is very different than what makes other people want to play games. So I end up in this situation where I create these what feel like Pyrrhic, right? These Pyrrhic victories or these Faustian deals, and people end up feeling like, this isn't fun. It feels like I'm being punished for playing the game. I've heard that before from my mechanics. So that's interesting. So that's something I'm trying to take on. So when I look at Wilderfeast, I see Wilderfeast by its nature does not reward characters for doing anything other than hunting down, killing, eating monsters. But I could imagine many different types of games, many different types of game sessions that my GMs would run that would maybe not necessarily involve hunting down, killing, and eating a monster. And I could also, furthermore, imagine many situations where the game was about hunting down, killing, cooking, and eating a monster, and the PCs, for whatever reason, were not able to fully seal the deal, right? They were able to make some progress. They were able to, proceed from this. In fact, actually, as a great example of this, let me show you something here. Again, highlighting the fact that I like this idea of the game being very communal. So this is let's find a cool monster. Let's see here. Okay. So this is a cloud collar. Okay. And remember, generally speaking, your characters are not in the business of hunting down and killing these monsters just because. They usually do it. Again, the game actually does kind of let you have your cake and eat it too, which is it introduces the frenzy, right? This curse virus that makes the monsters become, basically like super rabies. And unfortunately, they must be put down, right? Again, the game understands that, they don't want it to just literally be you're out here killing monsters left and right like some sort of D&D character who's just going off on a fucking savage mission. So the game actually is pretty, reasonable about that. But I don't know what happened to my mouse. I have so many monsters. Oh, I found it. But the way that the cloud collar works, the way that this game works is this is the stat block for this monster. Okay. And what this stat block, so by default, I should point out that the monster, for an adult monster, has 30 stamina. After a monster is reduced to 0 stamina, it becomes wounded 1, and then its stamina resets to 30. And then if you reduce its stamina to 0 again, it becomes wounded 2, and its stamina resets to 30. And then if you get it to 0 again, it becomes wounded 3. And once a creature is wounded 3, it is basically it can either basically, run away, or it can keep on fighting on. And if a monster is frenzied, I think it always chooses to fight on at wounded 3. And once the monster is at wounded 3, if it's hit one more time, it is killed. But I should point out that the monster might have different behaviors that it does at wounded 1, wounded 2, and wounded 3. For example, when the monster is wounded 1, it might run away, right? It's hurt, but it's not dead. It's just wounded, and it runs away. And the players have to kind of, go back into the hunt mode and try to track it down. Alternatively, a monster might have a different response at wounded 2 or the like. And again, at wounded 3, most normal monsters will run away unless the monster is frenzied, in which case they will fight basically to the death. So you have to end up, even in a normal fight, you might end up having to fight this monster for a considerable amount of time. But one of the things that in this game is that depending on what type of attack that you do, you can also not only do damage to the monster's hit points, you often also do damage to the monster's parts. And you can take out the monster's different, components of it if it's pieces, whatever. So for example, it has a collar, and it says you can only use photosynthesis while you are expanded. And it says, if broken, you lose both expand and photosynthesis, and you can't become expanded. And this has durability 10, which means that a group can come in and they can basically break the creature's collar, or they could break the creature's neck, or they could break the creature's feet. And it's not literally chopped off, but that part of the monster no longer functions. In fact, it becomes broken. And when an effect is broken, like the neck, it now only deals half damage. So the net result of it is, some of these monsters are so tough that they might, require you to fight it multiple times. But the first group that goes in against this monster, they might go, okay, hey, we the first group that came in against this monster, they might go, hey, we took out its collar, and so it can't use its photosynthesis ability anymore. And we managed to get it to wounded 1 before it fled, and we lost it. So now the next group, that can go after this monster is, now they don't have to deal with 30, 30, 30, 0. The monster's already wounded, and the monster's collar ability is already broken down. This says, you want to talk about abilities? Look at this ability. So a monster, the way monsters work, every character gets 3 actions on their turn. So like every PC, so PCA gets 3 actions, PCB gets 3 actions, PCC gets 3 actions. And the monster goes in between each PC. So the monster always gets as many turns as there are PCs. However, the monster gets 1 action per turn, and one of the turns that the monster gets each round, the GM chooses at the time that you take the turn, one of the turns can be a full turn, and you get the full 3 actions. So, as an example to this, you can see from our monster example that if the monster has photosynthesis available, Now, it costs 3 actions, so it basically takes up their whole big turn. It says, if you have access to sky, which means you're not underground, restore your stamina to its maximum. It's a complete heal. So before you take this out, this monster can just spend, 3 of its actions and go to complete heal. So again, once people take this out, I think that's really cool. Now, Simon, you are absolutely correct that it would be cool to have wounded monsters recover health over time. And I agree with you. It would be more things to track. However, Simon, I like the idea that a GM in this game is basically, they have their player character that they play, their Wilder, that hunts monsters and does all this other stuff. And then they almost have their monster. So, a GM would almost be, they would be assigned a number of monsters that they would keep track of. And we would do it on like a weekly basis or something like that. Like at the end of the week, if your monster was damaged, we would tell you that it heals, it recovers, it starts to, recover or something like that. In the case of in the case of a monster like this, we might say, because it has this photosynthesis ability, we might say that if this creature isn't killed, hunted down and killed within a week, it heals to full again. I should point out that, the PCs have 20. PCs have 20 stamina, and a monster does D20 damage. And in the case of something like this neck, which is a mighty strike, okay, a mighty strike does 2 times as much damage. So that means that this creature does 2d20 damage when it attacks and hits. I actually don't know if it's 2d20 or if it's d20 times 2, because those are very different. Those are very different values. I wonder. Now that I think about it, I don't know. Okay, yeah, no, it is times 2. Okay, so yeah, so if you make a mighty attack, it is D20. That's what the A is, the action die. For a monster, the action die is always a D20. It's a D20 times 2. So, yeah. I mean, basically, most monsters, a monster with a mighty attack can just deal an entire wounded thing in one blow, in one hit. But you can also see that a mighty attack just deals regular damage, whereas a precise attack deals part damage. So part damage, not only does it deal damage to the creature's stamina, but it also does damage to one of those parts. So if you're precise, you can hurt the monster, but you can also start taking out its, limbs and wings and all this other stuff. And if the creature, or if you're mighty, then you're going to do double damage, but you don't do any damage to a specific part. And so basically there's kind of 4 different ways that you can attack. You can either attack mighty, precise, swiftly, or with your tricky, which are the 4, the 4 types of attacks, or the 4 styles in the game. And some of them cost 2 actions, and some of them cost 1 action. And again, remember, you could have 3. Now, it's true, Simon. A Wilder can go all out because again, your PC is like human, but also monster. So as a human, you roll a D8. Your action die, your A die is a D8. But as a Wilder, you can go wild. And when you go wild, you can increase your D8 to a D20. So your Wilder can also deal D20 times 2 damage and potentially do, 30 or 40 damage in one hit. And again, remember that monster has 30 stamina, so it's going to go straight from 30 to wounded 1. The good news is that the excess damage doesn't roll over. So That is good. So if a monster is at like 1 hit point and you do 50 damage to it, it goes to 0, becomes wounded 1, and then it resets to 30. But, and by the way, I mean, if for those of us who are, in the RPG space, I don't need to tell you, this thing right here is actually a pretty comprehensively cool combat system, because you have two mega attacks. Everything uses a different stat. There's no stat that's better than the others. Every stat is used. So there you have two attacks that take 2 actions. Remember, you get 3 actions. And then you have 2 attacks that take only 1 action. However, 2 of the actions are better, but if you fail, you become exposed. But also, some of the actions deal part damage, and some of them don't. Exposed is like being vulnerable. You could argue it's like being flat-footed. And when you are exposed, you take... There we go. Please, come on, PDF. I believe in you. You can load. When you're exposed, you take double damage. You take double damage. And if during the hunt you brace or take damage, if you become hidden while you're exposed, end both conditions. So basically, if you become exposed, you take double damage. And then once you take double damage, you are no longer exposed, if it's during the hunt phase when you're fighting a monster. Additionally, if you find a way to hide, then you lose exposure, but you also lose hide. So, again, it's pretty easy to get pretty, messed up and destroyed. And also, by the way, it goes without saying that, a monster who has 3 actions, potentially could attack twice. So you can see that this monster could do a mighty strike and a precise strike. And again, someone mentioned that the monsters have a sort of a script of what they'll attack. And a lot of times monsters will go out of their way to... Some monsters, for example, might go after exposed targets. Some monsters might go after wounded targets, And then, of course, every monster has traits as well. I don't know what expanded means. You temporarily increase in size. Treat all creatures as if they are 1 stride closer to you than they are. End by spending 1 action during your turn. Okay. So basically like increased reach. Because again, remember, the combat, the grid in this game is this. This is it. The monster is always here in the middle. And all the PCs are either at distance 0, distance 1, distance 2, distance 3, distance 4. The only thing you measure is your distance from the monster. And in fact, they give an example, which I actually think is really cool. And this is, to be fair, I do feel like this is very anime coded, but they give an example of like the combat round is the monster is, racing through the forest, and the PCs are kind of like, running alongside of it with their big, huge, oversized weapons. And, they're flipping through the air, trying to keep up with it and attacking. But in the game, nobody moved. Right? In the game, you were at distance 1 or distance 2 or distance 0. But in the fiction, the creature is racing through the woods and you're running alongside of it. What really matters is how far away from it are you, if that makes any sense. So it kind of gives you that more dynamic feel. But from a mechanics perspective, it's just how are you close? Are you near? Are you far? Basically, that's it. What if there's a guild or gathering place and you didn't feast out in the wild? You bring the meat back for the community. Then the guild gives out tokens for missions that are used for feasting. Again, we could, but the question is, part of the mechanic of the game, which we don't fully have, 100% figured out, is this idea that, you have the Wilderfeast right there in the wild, that it's kind of like this magical bonding moment. And it also means that, killing the monster and eating it is special. And I don't know that I want to take that element away, for sure. So that's one of my issues that I have. Right. I mean, what you're describing is, everyone gets a trophy, like everyone wins, it's not a big issue, which is fine. Makes it very friendly, makes it very, fun, but it may not necessarily be what I want to do. Does the full game have any sort of town build? No, it has nothing like that. No. I mean, in every mega game, we always add in all that additional stuff, My friend despises the distance mechanic. He doesn't like how difficult it is to actually imagine. That's interesting. I find that to be very easy to use. Range bands are my least favorite tactical combat tracking element, unless you have a singular point of reference like this. Jake, I agree with you, right? Relative ranges is a pain in the ass when you have multiple foes and multiple allies. But when everything is just basically distance from the one monster, again, this game is predicated on. Someone said, is this game about boss fights? And I guess the answer is yes, 100% it is, because you are fighting one big monster, and everything is, predicated from that one perspective. Cal says, but Derek, people want to feel the tactile nature of their haste and fleet spell and teleport to outrun the monster while your slow buddy who doesn't know the game is like 50 feet out of the range. I am sorry. I mean, you could still move around the combat tracker, I suppose. The distance mechanic is so Monster Hunter coded. And again, I have the disadvantage that I've never played Monster Hunter. You're either in range or the monster is running to a new region and then you begin fighting again. And by the way, that's exactly what happens in this game, which is that if you find the monster and track it down and engage in a fight with it, so let's say that we fight the monster in I hate this. I hate that mountains. We track down the monster and we fight it in the Witness Wood, right? And we wound the monster, and the monster flees right away from us. And so then we have to go back to like chasing after the monster. So we go back into the trail phase of the game. And now we have to retrack the monster and we have to follow it to Songfield and then have, and then you can, if you manage to find the monster again, then we start another hunt, right? We start another combat. Now the monster obviously will still have whatever hit points and stuff. In fact, the game even talks about that you may need to, the players may periodically have to flee from the monster to basically have time to, sharpen their blades and eat their snacks and, kind of re-prepare before they re-engage. So again, the idea that you are going to take out the monster in literally one fight is almost non-existent. The game is predicated around the idea that either the monster is going to run away or the players are going to run away. Or the players are going to get taken out, in which case it's like a series of conflicts. But the idea is that each time that you're engaging the monster, its wounded level is increasing. You've done more damage to its parts, and now some of its parts aren't available. And so you kind of, for lack of a better word, you kind of grind it down. And this is even seen with the players because monsters can do part damage as well. And to be clear, as a wilder, you don't have parts, okay? But what you do have are your tools. And your tool is your gigantic cooking instrument that you wield for your attacking. And so where are the tools? Oh, we are in the hunt. I'm way off. So you have the giant oversized cleaver. You have the gigantic oven mitts. And by the way, these are basically laced with vibranium. They're made with like vibranium, adamantium, whatever you want to call them. It's called arc steel, right? These are actually all like priceless artifacts from before. And if you wonder why they're so big, it's because they were literally cooking instruments used by the ancient giants that once inhabited this land. So they're literally giant-sized cooking instruments. Yeah, it's unobtainium. And so you have like a big, there's a cleaver, there's the oven mitts, there's the frying pan, there's the roasting spit. Okay. But what's really interesting about this is, so instead of you having parts, the monsters can do damage to your tools. Okay. And your tool has 20 durability or something like that. And then if your tool gets broken, well, then it's not as effective. And in fact, so one of the advantages of the pan is that the pan has the steel shield technique, and its durability is increased by 30. So the pan has a durability of 50. In other words, the pan is very unlikely to break, or put another way, you'll probably die before the pan does. But some of the other weapons could easily break during the course of your hunting the monster, and you might have to, give up the hunt so that you can go fucking repair your weapon. Yeah, the pan is like the tank build. Like you can get this, you get the ability to like taunt from any distance, and whenever you recover hit points, stamina, you can end your conditions. And things like that. So I personally think the pan is pretty sweet, but the weapons are funny, but they kind of kill it for me. Well, again, the thing about it is this game, I mean, it literally, this isn't just some like funny troll. The whole game is built around the idea that in this world, like food and eating is incredibly integrated into the lore of this world. So these aren't just like big pans. No, these are literally, from the ancient path. They're like ancient weapons they're ancient cooking instruments from before. Cinnabon says, I had a flashback of Monster Hunter World, I think, and running away because my weapon needed to be sharpened over and over and over. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the similar vibe here. Cal says, I like Monster Hunter weapons. The pan is mightier than the sword. Well done. I just built a Beast Feast Daggerheart character, so this is weirdly timely. I might like Wilderfeast. All right. The problem is I like Monster Hunter, and I like Monster Hunter weapons. There you go. Where is my insect glaive and great sword and charge blade? Well, that I don't know. To be clear, I think the game is really mostly about eating and food. So that's why like there's the crafting. There is a crafting system. It's cooking. The game is really, really heavily dipping into cooking and into eating. So yeah, so this is probably the main thing that I've been kind of pondering and puzzling with lately is just how do I mean, we talked about it before, right? Like the core game has the cleaver, and it has the oven mitts, and it has the frying pan, and it has the roasting spit, and it has the roasting torch, and it's got butcher's twine. But we talked about like a ladle, a ladle, like a box grater. Like where like the ladle would be kind of like a healing support weapon, that ladles out food and potions and benefits and buffs, and then like the box grater would be like a debuff thing that would let you like maybe debuff an enemy or something like that, like you grate on it or something like that. I don't know. Maybe it makes powders or cheeses or shredded cheeses. I don't know. We were just joking about like all the different types of cooking things that you could do. Well, the game isn't Monster Hunter themed. The game is Monster Hunter plus Delicious in Dungeon themed. So it's not just Monster Hunter. You don't understand how cool Monster Hunter weapons are. My guess is I wouldn't think they're that cool, but you never know. That's right. Cast iron versus carbon steel versus stainless steel. There you go. A whole new debate. I mean, I that would be kind of that. Now, see, that's the kind of deep cut that I could be all about, right? Like where you inadvertently teach people about cooking through the mega game. Cinnabon says, I guess I'm the weird guy. Make a fun game. Awards are dumb if the game isn't fun, and who cares about awards if you are cackling madly from the game? Cinnabos, I mean, Mark Rosewater agrees with you. Mark Rosewater says, don't confuse interesting with fun, meaning, and he is basically saying, make your game fun. Mark Rosewater also says, balance is overrated, and balance is a terrible design aesthetic. So again, there's a lot of things that Mark Rosewater says that are very much, sins in the minds of a lot of RPG players, right? For a lot of RPG players, balance, fairness is the most important thing, right? Every option has to be valid. Every choice has to work. Every PC has to be just as exactly strong as every other PC. But Mark Rosewater says that makes for a shitty game. Mark Rosewater believes it is the variation and the differences between decks and cards and experiences that make Magic the Gathering the best game in the world. But he also says that, that when you have to choose between interesting and fun, don't get confused and think that making your game interesting is going to make your game fun. It is not. And they are different things. And a lot of people go, I think interesting things are fun. But that's not the same. You might enjoy interesting things, but that's not the same thing. Interesting is a mental element. Fun is an emotional element. So you're not wrong. And he also says, make the fun choice the correct choice, So you may be right. You may be right. So I'm not 100%. People like Path Builder, but not Pathfinder 2. I mean, there's probably been a lot more Pathfinder 2 played on Path Builder than there has been played in actual Pathfinder 2 games. If I had to take a guess, could be wrong. So while we're here and we're completely wasting everyone's time because it's Friday night, what else do we have to do? One other thing that I have, I hate Path Builder with my entire soul. Respect. One other thing that I have really wanted to figure out for a while is how to make a game. I'll make a game that enables and allows a game that allows and enables solo and co-op content. One of the big concerns for solo and co-op content in previous games has been that people will cheat. And they'll either hard cheat or they'll soft cheat. Hard cheat meaning, literally cheating. But soft cheating meaning like, they'll over-exaggerate, what they did. They'll give themselves more experience points or something than their character actually deserves. There's been a lot of concern about, like, players getting experience points and not earning them or whatever. But in this game, in theory, you only get experience points for hunting, killing, and cooking a monster. And that's pretty much going to be something that has to happen with a GM. But a lot of the other stuff, like the tracking the monster, the sort of, the observing it, the kind of the recon mission, maybe the sort of the path blazing, the trail blazing. I think that's the term. I have an eraser. Sometimes we get confused. The trailblazing aspects, the foraging and gathering of ingredients, which is part of the cooking game. All of these things can happen in a normal GM game. In fact, a lot of these things happen when you're on the trail and you're tracking down, the monster. Which, again, I really highly believe that the GM should be present for, especially for the fight and stuff like that. But a lot of these things I could see being not boring for a game master, but I could see them having minimal benefit to having the game master there. And I think Jake is right. I think if there is a focus on a very procedural element to this game, and since we're not awarding XP, and if we're in a world where you only get advancement in terms of, character advancement, because, the concern would be if you could advance your character through the solo game, then someone at the end of the first week might have a maxed out character because they played, every day, 5 days a week, you know what I mean? Or they 5 times a day. But if we make it so that it's all secondary stuff, like tracking the monsters, observing them, learning more about the monsters, finding new trails and, discovering, discovering new foraging and traveling benefits, right? Each area, Simon, as it sounds like the game, has different, benefits through different styles, through navigating it, and or just gathering ingredients. But like that to me, well, I think that would be fine to happen in a GM-led session. I think that this is the type of behavior that I would love to be able to see done as either a solo or, GM-less co-op type experience. And I think that'd be really, really cool. And I would love, as a mega game, to explore this idea and figure out a way to do this. So that's another thing that I kind of want to play around with and observe and figure out is because again, with Dragon Tide, I tried to create a game, basically like a worker placement game that people could play even if they couldn't get into a session. But I think that being able to like have a sort of procedural game that you play through, especially as a co-op game. I mean, because, solo RPGs are a thing. Co-op, GM-less co-op games are a thing. So it's been a while since I've read my Iron Sworn or my Starforged, but I wonder how well this works. And again, I don't really care if people cheat, like I'm past it. We used to really care about it in Pathfinder 2 because, we did have people that cheated in Pathfinder 2. In Northern Reaches, and again, quite frankly, I think people that play like D&D and Pathfinder 2 are probably much more likely to cheat than somebody who plays a game like Wilderfeast. Not because of the type, but just the nature of the game, and trying to level up and get strong and be better. It's like it's just kind of coded into the game, I think, a little bit more. I could be completely wrong, but yeah, I don't know. I think that would be really, really interesting. It might also solve the problem because, again, I think that like if you're kind of going and doing it on your own thing and you can tell people, hey, I discovered this monster is located here. And like, yeah, your character didn't get, an advancement for it. But of course you didn't. You were playing it solo. Like you're just doing it to help the community out. And I think that could be really a cool way to sort of, solve this problem here. Yeah, Cinnabus. I mean, me, I don't like builds, either. And in fact, Cinnabus, one of the things I love about this game is you cannot plan out your character. You have no idea what traits or abilities you are going to get because you have no idea what monsters you are going to find, cook, kill and, find, kill, cook, and eat. So you may end up, I don't know, you may end up killing or eating a sposu, and you end up gaining, a bunch of bioluminescence and swimming abilities, and you're like, I didn't know that I was going to have that. So like, there's no way that you can say like, oh, and then I'm going to take this, and then I'm going to take this at level 3. Well, the game doesn't have levels, number 1, and number 2, you don't know what monster you're going to fight, and you don't necessarily know what you're going to be able to gain from each of these different things. And again, every monster is very, very different, because you're like, oh, I really want to max out my bioluminescence. Okay, well, the next monster you end up fighting is a Tanpo. And believe me, the Tanpo does not have bioluminescence. Instead, you end up getting blubber and natural armor. And also, I should point out, there's a bit of a loot crate thing here, because when you do kill the monster and then you and your group sit around and cook it, you ask questions about how you basically describe how you're cooking it. And each time you describe how you're cooking it, you get to ask a different question about one of its abilities. At the end of the day, you are only allowed to pick one thing from the monster, either one of its traits, one of its styles, or one of its skills. You're not allowed to pick all of them. So when you kill and eat a Tampo, you could, gain the natural armor ability, or you could increase your mighty style, or you might be able to increase your search or horde skill, but you don't get all of it. Natural armor is pretty sweet. You have the damage you take from mighty strikes and mighty shots. Mighty is that one that does double damage. So basically, it literally cancels it out. Pretty sick. So people have to use tricky shots against you and precise shots. If they try to use mighty shots against you, it's not really going to do a whole lot. Which, by the way, makes this monster kind of rough, because it has this trait. So it takes half damage from mighty strikes and mighty shots, which means it takes normal damage. And it has blubber. So it actually has 40 stamina. And remember, in order to kill this monster, you have to wound it 3 times, which means you have to do 40, 40, 40. And then finally do one more round of damage, or one more point of damage to it. So you have to do 120 points of damage to this creature, and there's no way to do double damage. But if you break, I guess the creature fights in the mud. If you break the mud, it loses its natural armor. Ah, cool. But this has a lot of durability for a part. So doing 30 damage to this is a lot. Cal says, oh my God, I know what monster that is from Monster Hunter. Cal's having quite a moment over here. What's up, Jim? What's up, Dirt? Good to see you, buddy. Oh, this is cool too. Look at this. If you target its, that is shockingly crunchy with a few words. Got it. Well, what's really interesting about this is that it has its legs. But if your mud is unbroken, this takes half damage, because, its bottom half is stuck in the mud, right? And so, you can't really do damage to its legs until you've basically got it out of the mud, which is kind of cool, which is neat. And of course, this creature wants to use its legs, because this is how it does its mighty strike. Mighty strike is the one that does double damage. And so you'd want to take out the legs, because this is how it does its big, powerful damage, where it kicks you in the face. But if you attack this, it takes half damage until you break the mud. Also note that while it's in the mud, you can't make the creature exposed. Exposed is the vulnerable thing, where it takes double damage. But again, I think it's impossible for the people who wrote this didn't play Monster Hunter. No, the game, no, Cal, the author says this game is made from Monster Hunter and Delicious in Dungeon. Other influences include the Monster Hunter series by Capcom and Dungeon Meshi by Ryoku Kui. But again, it's two different things. Not just one thing. It's not Monster Hunter the game. I don't know Monster Hunter, but are you frequently killing the monsters and eating them? Well, that's not necessarily true. The dwarf, right? He uses his cooking pot as like a shield often, and he uses that sort of stuff as well. I personally think that what I like about this game is that the premise of eating the monsters, I think, would be very weird. And I think that the premise of eating the monsters is really weird, which is why I don't like Dungeon Meshi. But what I like about this game is the whole game is about food. That's what I like about this game. It is not serious, but it is sincere. I don't find Dungeon Meshi to be very sincere because they're just randomly eating monsters because. In this game, it is like literally part of the DNA of this game. So that's why I think it's all in on the theme. It's not just trying to be, some edgy Monster Hunter game. It's not a Monster Hunter game. It's a cooking game. I mean, look at this. I mean, the list of books that he references here are things like, The Omnivore's Dilemma by Michael Polden, Salt, Fat, Acid, Heat. I own most of these cooking books. Cuisine and Empire. I don't own this one, but like he's talking about cooking books as being his references. He also mentions Soulbound, Lancer, Blades in the Dark, and Wander Home. Well, I believe they're eating them because the one character is obsessed with eating monsters for no reason. But joy of cooking is too normy. So you're telling me that one character isn't obsessed with eating monsters? Again, I only saw 2 or 3 episodes, but in fact, doesn't the whole thing start because he's like hungry and he's not paying attention in the middle of a combat and his sister gets killed and eaten? The point is, this game it goes way beyond this, right? It's far more, it's not just Monster Hunter or Dungeon Meshi. It is its own thing, which is what I like about it, which is why I was unexpectedly like this game, because rather than just Frankensteining stuff that they liked from other IPs, it's something uniquely and wholly different, which is what I appreciate about it. I think a lot of people design stuff by just Frankensteining stuff that they like from other games or other IPs, and they just jam it together into some sort of weird shambling automaton. This seems more authentic and more reasonable because it is its own unique thing, and I really respect that. Even if I think it's completely ridiculous. Like, do I think this is completely ridiculous? Yes. But to be clear, again, I tried to watch someone play Monster Hunter. I quit because there was way too much cutscenes, and I saw the weapon she was wielding, and I was like, why is this weapon so big, and how is she wielding it? Whereas in this game, the reason this weapon is so big is because it was made for a giant. And the reason why this person can wield it is because they are not a human being. They are a chimeric creature called a wilder who has been partially changed genetically through the ingestion of monsters. So, but when I watched, I don't even know what it was, but it was a bunch of series of cutscenes where occasionally you push the triangle button, but it was like the opening of Monster Hunter. So, I mean, respect that at least apparently the people are superhumans, because that would explain why they have gigantic weapons. So I can respect that. Oh, actually, this is a great example. This is a great example of going back to the core mechanics. This is the giant cleaver. These are the beginning techniques. There are also the intermediate and advanced techniques in the appendix in the book. They have, every cleaver gets the clean cut ability. And then you get to pick one of these three at the beginning of the game. And one of them is big fucking sword. Okay? And it costs 3 stamina. That's right. A lot of your powers in this game cost your hit points. Anyways, the ability is a human of your choice becomes frightened. So this ability, one of the 3 that you get, literally does nothing against monsters. So this ability is entirely designed to be used against other humans, say poachers or bandits or members of the charter, or maybe another wilder, people who are. Point is, the mechanics of this game aren't just about fighting monsters, because this ability, one of the 3 that you can pick from, does nothing against a monster. It only does it against humans. So, the fact that this ability exists points to the fact that this game does expect you to not only be encountering and or dealing with humans or monsters. But yeah. The older Monster, the Monster Hunter game I saw was new-ish looking from the looks of it. Might have been Monster Hunter World, maybe it was something else. Monster Hunter Wilds, it was one of them. There was like a party, and they were like on like a sand ship, and they were like zipping around the sand. And then this character was like leaping off of like the ship and then like riding around on like chocobo looking things. That's a great question. Is it Wilderfeast or Wilderfeast? I think it's Wilderfeast, but it could be Wilderfeast, but I think it would be pronounced Wilderfeast. But you are called a wilder, so I don't know. No, we never do anything important here, Adam. But yeah, point is, I think that there's an opportunity with this game to actually do some really cool stuff, and I think it'd be fun to do. And that's only because you haven't played Pico yet. Well, I like Wild Sea, but I have not played Pico yet. This is very true. Now, one idea that where is the gun lance? One idea that I maybe had, or that I tossed around, was the idea that, so your character has styles, which are like your character's innate abilities, right? Essentially ability scores. Son of a bitch. What's happening here? Oh, what's this? There we go. Okay. Your character has styles. What is going on? Delete. Okay, there we go. Your character has styles, skills, traits, and techniques. Now, this might be a little bit, and in the game, styles, traits, and skills all come from eating monsters. And learning new techniques comes from spending time in town and working on your techniques. So possibly, excuse me, we can change it. So I think the idea that like your ability scores and your, gaining new monstrous traits makes sense that this should stick with monsters. But maybe there's a way that you can acquire skills without eating monsters, right? I don't think that sounds crazy, as an idea. And, when we look at the skill list in the game, you could imagine how using these skills while, tracking monsters and foraging for monsters and doing all this other stuff, you might be able to get better at them, even if you didn't necessarily eat the monster, if that makes some degree of sense. In fact, I could even see a point where you might say that monsters, you don't even get skills from eating the monsters. No, Kidris, monster part system is just creating magic items out of monsters bits. So that's another idea that I could maybe mess around with, is the idea that skills and techniques come from like training or doing, and styles and traits come from eating the monster. Because again, the way that the game works, for those of you who don't know, is, we kind of haven't covered all of this. Is you roll a number of d6s equal to your character's style, and then you're looking for 5s and up. And what the skills do is they let you modify the dice that you roll. So, for example, our character here with a strike of 1, if their character was making a strike and we rolled a 3, a 2, and a 4, we could modify that 4 by +1 because we have a +1, and now we have a 5. And if our strike was +3, right, we could use 1 point to raise the 4 to a 5, and with the 2 remaining points, we could raise this 3 to a 5, and now we have 2 successes. So maybe that might be something we could do. I don't hate that idea. There is a question of how do we do it? Do we create a whole deed system? Do we do something like that? I don't know. But I think that the game has a lot of interesting potential, and I'm really interested. I'm really excited to kind of check it out at some point. But that's kind of the main thing I'm kind of grappling with, is how do I create a system that feels rewarding, feels encouraging, gets people excited to play it, and rewards people for playing it. Now, to be clear, we played Pathfinder 2, and I thought Pathfinder 2 is an XP-based game, and people are going to play it so that they can level up. Well, guess what? The last 2 seasons of Northern Reaches Season 3, which just ended, and then in 2025, and then last year, 2020, or 2 years ago now, 2024, where we did Southern Beaches, which was kind of like a joke season, but it was still we didn't officially have a Northern Reaches season, so we called it Southern Beaches. And it was kind of a more laid back, lax, they were in tropical paradise instead of the cold, harsh, frozen wilderness. Both of those games, no experience points. The entire group just leveled. In Southern Beaches, everyone leveled up once a week. In Northern Reaches Season 3, everyone leveled up every 3 weeks, automatically, whether you played or you didn't play. And if you had asked me, I would have told you that would completely kill people's motivation to keep playing. But it didn't. I mean, at a certain point it did, because eventually people do drop out of the games. But I think that's just due to, burnout and other aspects. At one point in time, we were getting 35 to 40 games a week of Pathfinder 2. So, and again, you got automatic level, you got automatic bonus progression. You know what I mean? You didn't get anything from leveling except getting to play. So to a certain extent, the reward system doesn't really seem to matter as long as people are getting rewarded. But the idea was that, like, you got the benefits whether you played or not. Red Joker X13. So are you guys going to hop over to Draw Steel or nah? Oh, nah. I don't know if I ever gave you that impression or not. I think it's a cool game, but definitely not what I'm looking to do right now with any of my gaming. I'm not really into, counting 5-foot squares and super tactical gaming. That's, I mean, I've played those games in the past. I played 4th edition for 4 or 5 years. I played Pathfinder 2 for 3 years. But right now, no, I have no particular interest in running that kind of game. I have no interest in checking out Blade 68. Modern games have no appeal to me whatsoever. Anything set in, I don't know, anything set in like the 1900s, no interest. There's almost no games that interest me in that respect. The only type of games that might interest me that are quote unquote modern are superhero games, which sure, they're modern, but you're a superhero. Adam says, this is one of the games I pitched to my players trying to branch out from D&D. That's a tough one to pitch, buddy. But to poor reception, the idea of killing monsters and eating them was just an unappealing premise to my folks. Right. Killing them, cool. Eating them is a little bit strange. And you know what? I totally get this. I think it's a very strange concept myself. Brindlewood Bay X Monster of the Week hybrid. I think Brindlewood Bay. I think Brindlewood Bay X Monster of the Week X Monster Hearts is what I really want, because that I think is the ultimate Buffy simulator. So is it more of an approach towards narrative first games now, like Mythic Bastionlands instead? I don't really think of Mythic Bastionlands as a narrative first game, but no, I like. What kind of games do I like right now? Well, not very tactical games, Red Joker. I'll tell you that. The games I'm really interested in right now are like Fabula Ultima, The One Ring, Daggerheart, Mythic Bastionland looks pretty cool to me. Land of Eam was very surprising. Coriolis, The Great Dark. This game surprised me with how cool it was. It's like a weird sci-fi game set in this strange future world where like your characters are like going on expeditions to like ancient ruins of long forgotten progenitor race. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I would say that those are probably the top. Those are the games that are kind of near the top of my list right now, more or less. Right. Dungeons and Dragons 3rd edition, of course. How could I forget? Daggerheart is tactical. I mean, yeah, maybe. As I said, I've only run Daggerheart twice, and it was during the beta, so I haven't run it since release. But you'll never see me using, the little measurement distances for how far away people are. In fact, I think Daggerheart has too many range bands, if you ask me. I don't think we need, what is it? Like engaged, melee, and then there's like very close, far, very far, like super far. It's like way too much. I spent the last 2 hours reading through a few superhero TTRPGs since I want to run an X-Men style game with the characters develop their power and grow more over time. Start around street level and then maybe make our way up to Justice League Avenger level. Also, I'm running Mythic Bastion on one shot tomorrow, and it feels like such a train system not to have to prep anything beyond the hex map. Very true. Yeah, I mean, I know I poo-poo the game sometimes, but in terms of a game that starts street level and creeps into Justice League level, you could do a lot worse than Mutants and Masterminds. But the thing about Mutants and Masterminds that you have to realize is that the game is very, you want to be an accounting, at least you want to have an accounting minor, if not an accounting major, to play that game. Because the standard point buy is 150 power points. And you are spending each of those power points to modify anything, everything. It can be very, very ticky-tacky. But Sentinels is pretty good too. But I think Sentinels is a little bit more Justice League level. I don't know if it's street level. But I don't remember. Maybe there's some aspect of Sentinels that lets you tune down the element there. I don't know Prowlers and Paragons. I don't know it. Zones are cool. I like zones. Super Bleeder says, hard to pitch games to my players that have a strong world built in. I could never run Coriolis for my group. So, Super Bleeder, what do you mean by a strong world built in? I mean, don't all TTRPGs have kind of a presumed element of what the world looks like? Or do you mean just like anything that isn't just generic fantasy? Like, what do you mean? Yeah, okay, fair enough. I read Mutants and Mastermind and it left my brain in pain. I could understand that. Yeah, it's been a while since we looked at Sentinels. I don't remember exactly how it worked. I mean, it was pretty cool. I remember that. The red zone stuff and all that other stuff was pretty cool. But yeah, we're gonna be hex crawling it up here the next couple of days. Sunday we're gonna talk about the Dolanwood campaign setting, and then Tuesday Bob's gonna come over and we're gonna talk about the Land of Yeem campaign setting, all of which are hex crawls. Hex crawls is the new hotness, apparently. That's where we're going to be looking at. For sure. Sure. That's a good point. Yeah. I mean, GURP. Well, that's my point. GURPS is a pure system, but presumably you're playing GURPS in some sort of world, right? Like, something like that. Then Ocean Hex Crawl. Love it. I want Forbidden Lands was supposed to come out with a expansion that was going to be like the islands off the coast, and I was really excited to like have like some sort of like sea voyage rules for Forbidden Lands. There's a game I want to play again sometimes. I just got, like I said, I have to create some house rules to fix the entire central mechanic of the game. But other than that, it's a really great game. Yeah, I will be the first to admit that kind of progression, like, I'm not like a numbers go burr guy, but just swapping out stuff as you level up is not really my favorite way of progressing. I will freely admit that. Mythic Bastion Pirates. Well, again, I mean, I'm not trying to say that the game is some revolutionary game and mechanic. And the cooking eating part. What I like about it is it's diegetic. That's what I like about it. Now, Steam Driven, you are 100% right, because the truth of the matter is, Cyclops has had the same powers for 50 fucking years. Like he doesn't level up and then like suddenly Cyclops is able to like fly. He doesn't like gain. I mean, yeah, sometimes characters do develop new powers or whatever like that. But like, for the most part, you are correct that like characters don't really change what their core power is. Land of Eam, but it's just Muppets Treasure Island, the Hex Crawl in the Ocean. That sounds fucking amazing. I mean, that actually sounds totally awesome. Muppets on the ocean, Muppets on the sea. You know, I do love sailing. And the joke was that I wanted to create a sailing game just so I could secretly teach people how to sail. Yeah, I mean, I am not an expert at this point. Hey, Tiny or Tin PDB. Thank you for the resub on 5 months there. Oh, you just learned diegetic. Diegetic's like our favorite word around here. Sailing game. Yeah, Beowulf's in the house. He says sailing game. Absolutely. You gotta, learn how to set your set your sails and how to handle the main and the jib and make sure your out haul and your down haul and your back haul are all set, that you have the right sail shape to maximize your wind speed, that you have yourself pointed into the wind correctly, and managing your tiller correctly to manage your rudder and currents, and you got to give yourself some leeway, as people say. Steam says, if they do a Caesavine swashbuckling sandbox, I wouldn't be able to resist it. I mean, that would be hot. Like, especially, they've got that board game. It's not like a board game, but they have instead of a poster map, it's a board, like a board game, cardboard map. And, it's a hex crawl. But imagine if it was all a bunch of different little islands, and there was the ocean and the sea, and, you have to go across it. So here's my biggest problem. With people and sailing and RPGs. In a word, Pirates of the Caribbean. That's my problem. My problem with people and sailing and fantasy RPGs is everybody is obsessed with fucking Pirates of the Caribbean, whether they know it or not. And they are obsessed with Age of Sail ships. The thing about Age of Sail ships is like the 18th century. It's really fucking modern. Like, with the cannons and the flintlock pistols, and those ships are incredibly advanced. And they are, it's from a fantasy perspective. I mean, like, some people are like, oh, they they bulk it, like, oh, there shouldn't even be full plate. I mean, we're talking about like the 18th century. Like, they were on the verge of like Ben Franklin was like learning about like, electricity and stuff. So that's the problem I have. When people get really excited about sailing in a game, they really just get excited about pirate ships and pirates and pirate games and pirate Age of Sail ships. Right? I'm talking about a proper ship of the line. I'm talking about like a 12 deck, 50 cannon, massive 4-masted, super huge thing. And I'm like, okay, that's cool, but that's like not that's too modern for me. For me, it's too modern. That's all. Now, I am also equally as uninterested in Greek and Roman sailing or boat warfare as well. Because they just rode into each other and then fought. There was like very little, if any, sailing. So the truth of the matter is, I actually find the idea of naval battles wholly uninteresting. Completely. Now, I mean, from a certain perspective, I think, I like Master and Commander, Far Side of the World as much as anybody else should. It's an amazing movie. But from like a role-playing game perspective, I think it's very uninteresting. I find the ship battle part that people obsess about with these RPGs to be completely crazy. I have never once seen a ship battle system that was ever even remotely interesting. And it always has this problem, whether it's in space or ship, ocean-going ship. It's boring. It's terrible. And it's never fun. So, yeah. But again, people just have this like really weird thing where they'll be talking about a game and they'll be like, oh yeah, like, and like they don't even realize it. Like they'll be talking about like they'll be talking about like Middle Ages, Lord of the Rings. You know, I've seen people do this. Like, well, they'll have like a Lord of the Rings style type game, you know, with like chainmail and swords, bows and arrows, you know, horses and, you know, Lord of the Rings. And then they'll have a boat and it'll have cannons. And I'll be like, I don't know if you know this or not, but, you know. But, yeah. Anyways, point is, it's a whole thing. I don't remember the ship part in Rain at all. So, but I'm also one of those people who thinks, you know, I don't like guns in my fantasy game. That's just me. Oh, sure, absolutely. I mean, you know, and to be clear, firearms predate the invention, I think, of like stirrups or something, you know, like crazy, like, you know, they certainly predate the invention of full plate armor, you know, and we have D&D campaigns where people, you know, roll their eyes at, I think firearms might even predate crossbows. So, like, to be clear, I'm not talking about historical accuracy here. And you know what? Also, I don't give a shit about historical accuracy. I just know what I like and what I don't like in my fantasy game. No, and that's also true. The first field cannons were definitely not put on ships. Right. So, Creepy. Now, Creepy actually has something to be said here. As a Navy veteran, salute to you, sir, longboats and Viking-esque mobility is where it's at in RPGs. Actual naval combat that is accurate isn't really fun. Either you use gunnery to incapacitate defenders or you board. And that sounds totally reasonable. And so, yeah, I think maybe that era, you know, of like you said, of like longboats, Viking era, you know, that type of era would be really cool. All right. They do not predate crossbows or stirrups. They do coincide with full plate armor. All right, fair enough. I'll take your word for it. I don't know if I trust you, but I'll take your word for it. Let's see here. Widespread adoption by year of. Okay, gonna be a. Oh. Okay. Crossbow. Okay. I don't know why that did that. Okay. So take it for what it's worth, you know, ChatGPT. While crossbows may have been invented in the 5th century BCE in China, their widespread adoption in European was between the 11th and 13th century. So they were widespread by 1100 by 1200s. So just to be clear. Whereas guns were widespread in like the 15th century, so 1400s to 1500s. So crossbows and guns are a lot closer than what you would think is all I'm trying to say. But yes, stirrups were widespread by the 7th century. So fair enough. Point is, though, and I could be wrong about this, Beowulf, I think in proper Arthurian legend, they didn't have stirrups, right? I think they were still just like squeezing the sides of their horses. Am I right about this? You could answer me for that, but like they didn't have lance charges, right? Like they rode up and then like stopped their horse and then attacked, because if they had actually charged somebody with a lance, they would just get ejected off of their horse. It was the stirrups allowed you to, lean into the lance attack. Oh, it's a hotly debated topic. Oh, okay. I didn't realize I stumbled into something hotly debated here. This is true. Magic, right? Once you include magic, the whole thing is off the counter, because it's crazy how worlds either badly handle magic or ignore magic, but then somehow technology remains stagnant for thousands of years. None of this has to do with Wilderfeast, but I will say this. I need a good name for it, for the mega campaign. And I'm having a hard time. I was like, I should just call it, because we don't call it Pathfinder 2, we call it Northern Reaches, right? We don't call it Dragonbane, we call it Dragontide. So I need a good name for Wilderfeast, for the mega campaign, that reflects both the monster hunting aspect, but also the eating aspect. And unfortunately, Wilderfeast does a really great job for that. These are the important things that I spend too much time thinking about, instead of thinking about ways I could actually make money for this channel. I love this. I love our chat right now, because now we're just getting into like the debating about Arthurian myth and the role of magic in mythology. Creepy coming in as with some naval thing here. Crew serve weaponry are used primarily to debilitate the pilot house or the quarterdeck. This is to stop human control of the vessel. This is more achievable than sinking or destroying the ship, which makes a lot of sense, right? Ships are made of wood, and wood tends to float, so it's actually pretty hard to sink a vessel, believe it or not. Just call it Mega Fest. Well, none of our games are called that. Now, people joke that we should just call it Wild Reaches, but Dragontide wasn't called Dragon Reaches. It was called Dragontide. It was its own thing. I watched Game of Thrones. Okay, you can 360 no scope dragons out the sky with your ship-mounted giant crossbow while on stormy seas on your first shot. I've seen it. I've seen it happen. Northern Feasts. Northern Feasts. Fuck the Reach. We'll just keep the Northern. Well, no, we discussed this. You hate naming things because you hate naming things, or because naming things is hard? Because, I mean, both of those are... One of those is definitely true. I mean, naming things is hard. There's no doubt about that. Beast and Feast. Well, okay. This is like... I want, like, my idea. So the way that the way that the game is set up in the book, which I think is fine. You obsess and you're never happy with the result. Okay, now we're on the same page. I'm right there with you. I feel you on that one. What am I at here? 19%. Okay. So my the area that you play in the world of Wilderfeast is a series of regions, each comprised of several of maybe like a dozen, 1 to 2 dozen areas. And so my idea here is that we have some sort of volcanic mountains area, and this whole area here is going to be called something like the Ashfall Expanse, TBD. And from the volcanic mountains, there is this coming down from the volcanic mountains, there's this river, which is called the Ember Wash. And if you want to think of it like our newbie zone, our starting zone is going to be called the Ember Wash Lowlands. And the idea here is that, like, this is a volcanic region, but it's also very fertile soil. And so, like, this river carries down all of this ash. That's why the name of the river is called the Ember Wash. And it brings down all of this ash. And so this will be one of our regions, the Ember Wash Lowlands. And then we'd have a region over here and a region over here. And these 3 regions would be sort of our starting regions. And one of the ideas that I have, that's pretty good. The Great Hunt, that's pretty good. One thing that I want to do, which we did back in Northern Region Season 1, is like this one. We had a name for it. I forget what we called it. It was called the shit. What was it called? It was called. I think it was called. Oh, maybe it was called Cinder Veil, and this was like the idea of like the burnt, petrified woods or something like that. And then oh, I remember now here, because I wanted to have a place for all the monsters. And so the idea is that like here's the coast. There's kind of like a Nile River Delta thing going on here as well. There we go. And this is called the Tangle Fens. So those are going to be the three starting. Those are going to be the three starting regions, which is going to be the Emberwash Lowlands, Cinder Vale, and the Tangle Fens, or like the Cinder Vale Woods or something like that. So those are going to be the three starting areas, the three starting regions. And remember, a region in Wilderfeast is defined by a couple of things, but like a region is a series of areas. So again, I'm going to copy this from the book. So like this is an example of a region. Okay, delete that. This is an example of a region. And you can see that the name of this region is Towan Siwa, the gnarled wood. And it's got a bunch of these regions. Now, in the book, in the normal game, the region only has like 12 areas. We would probably have more areas because it's a mega game, and we're probably going to have more than the 4 PCs that you're going to have in your game. But the thing about the way that this works in Wilderfeast is each region has a series of traits. And then those traits are distributed to all of the different areas. And so what basically defines a region is what are the traits that then appear in every single region. So in other words, we would have to figure out like what are the traits for the lowlands, what are the traits for the Tangle Fens, what are the traits for the Cindervale Woods. But what I think I'm going to do, as we did in season 1, is when you choose to GM, you have to sign up for one or more of the regions to GM, and that means you can't play there. Because as a GM, you're going to have access to the secret map. You're going to know where the monsters are. You're going to be able to see them. You know, if you can imagine, it's like the cork board, right, with the thumbtacks of where the monsters are and what's going on in this area. We did this in season 1, and I think this is going to be the only way that we are going to be able to do what I want to do, which is to have, a shared map that people actually communally use and work on. So as a GM, if you decide to sign up for the Cindervale Woods, great. Now your character, your PC, can't go an adventure in the Cindervale Woods because as a GM, you will have access to that map. You will know what every area does. You will know where every monster is located. You will know any sort of secret elements about that region. But it also means that if you sign up to GM for the Cindervale Woods, as a GM, I can give you a lot of leeway about what you do and what happens in the Cindervale Woods. Because one of the problems that we've had, now to be fair, this is the way Northern Reaches used to be when we first started our mega games. But nowadays, in the last couple of years, whatever, we've just had it be anyone can game anywhere, anyone can play anywhere, and we get sometimes upset people, accusations of bias and favoritism, which is to say, somebody has a PC who is adventuring in the Tangle Fens, and they want something to happen for their PC, so they go and they GM in the Tangle Fens, and they make that thing happen through a different group. And then people say that's not fair. That GM wants that thing to happen for their PC, so they're making that happen inside of the game. And I don't think those accusations are entirely warranted, but it's definitely the case that there are biases, right? GMs have biases. Of course they do. We're all humans. We all have biases. But if you're GMing in the Tangle Fens and you want to, do something in the Tangle Fens that's really going to make something great or make something fucked up or do whatever, that's fine. Your character can never get that ability, right? Your character will never benefit from that because you can't adventure in the Tangle Fens. So if you create something in the Tangle Fens, that's fine. You could, again, there's still technically a bias. A GM could still create something that is broken for other people, but at least you can't accuse them of being, self-biased. So that's going to be my initial proposition, is that we'll have 3 regions: the Tangle Fens, the Emberwash Lowlands, and the Cindervale Woods. And this will be basically kind of like a swampy delta zone. We'll kind of have a sparse burnt woodland, and then we'll kind of have more of a lush, kind of almost like I don't know, for lack of better words, a starter zone, the place where, there's the whole thing there. What's up, Garblag? Hello. Is this for a West March style game? Yes, if by West March you mean an online game that we play with, 20, 30, 40, 50 people. I don't know what City 26 Challenge is. Sorry about that. I should have muted. And then my hope would be that one of the things that we used to do in Northern Reaches is we used to have DLC, we used to have expansions. And so you could imagine a future expansion that gets added, right? A new expansion, right? Which is I don't know, the Osis Coast or something like that, which are like these islands off of the coast. And this might be a new region, that we unlock, and then people can go there and they can, be challenged by, tougher monsters, newer monsters with new traits that you can acquire through hunting these new monsters. So it's kind of like an expansion, Now, Garblack's asking a great question. This already came up, buddy. We already came up. We were talking about how do we handle advancement in this game, in a mega game, and the question came up of, well, we could just use deeds. Smenden asks, how would you unlock it? Great question. The way that we've always done it, which is very, player driven, basically, most of the time. Usually, it's a series of clocks or other events that the community has to work on in order to, unlock it and do something to that nature. But could it be one? So a lot of dirty deeds done cheap. Is that something I don't know what that dirty deeds done dirt cheap. Is that something I'm missing something? Do I know what that is? Maybe I don't know what that is. Is that something I should know? I don't know what that is. Could it be one big deed? It could be, Smenden. Smenden. A clock. It's just a deed, but Wild Sea calls it a track. It makes it totally different. Oh, okay. I don't know. I don't really know classic rock in that way. So the other thing is, do we have any NR Season 2 players here? Because the other thing that, a regional deeds track is really, I mean, we've always kind of had Outback Reaches. Finally, our Australian friends can be redeemed. This is true. I am an emo fan. I am not a metal fan. It's true. I like emo. I like. Well, you already know this, Jackal, because you're in the chat. But I was gonna say, because the other thing that Wilderfeast literally has is it literally has these way gates that literally take you to a mystical realm called the Waylands, where, you know, time and space don't really exist normally. So, like I said, I totally want to put the ways back in the game. Because it's literally in the game. By the way, this is the source of the primordial hunger, by the way, that entered into the world. FYI. I like emo. I like techno. I like emo. I like techno. Specifically, I like trance. I guess I like 90s grunge. You know, Pearl Jam, Nirvana, 90s alternative, Smashing Pumpkins. I like Dave Matthews Band. Not as much anymore. I don't really follow him as much as I used to. John Mayer, that kind of stuff. I like a good guitar. Do you need a carved leaf to open them? If not, what are we even doing here? I mean, they really do, as I recall, they really do look like, you know, it basically looks like a, I mean, if they didn't take this from Wheel of Time, boy, that is news to me, because it is, the whole thing looks like a whole thing. I don't remember where they put it here. They put it somewhere in here. Oh, wait, maybe I found it. Monsters, treatments, Wilders, charter, technology. Oh, here we go. Yeah, so that's a waygate. That leads to the Waylands. Cinnabos says my Great Hunt name is looking better and better and better. How long do these games last? Red Joker, traditionally they last, 6 months, give or take. And people, we all play communally. Now, to be clear, one of the reasons why the games only lasted 6 months was because we used to play with a level-based game. And we didn't want players to get so far ahead of other players that the game became, intractable and unplayable. You're having trouble based on I'm having trouble based on your music preferences, but it's okay. I still like you, because each of us are our own person, even if they're wrong substantially. Wait a second. I'm going to ruin you. Hold on a sec. Let me see if I can find this. I need to open up this, and I need to bring this over here, and I need to open this up. And let me see if I have my screenshots. Apparently. Okay, apparently I did not save that to my computer. Hold on one second. I don't remember where that was. Oh, here we go. I don't know if you're going to be able to see this, But Spotify does that year in review. All right, here is my top song artist of last year. Come on, that's right, Sabrina Carpenter. Can I say she's a great artist. What can I tell you? So, but the only thing I don't really like, I really dislike country. I do dislike country. Super Bleeder says unsubscribed. So, yeah, I love musicals. I didn't even really put that in there, but most people don't really consider that a musical genre. Of course, obviously, I love musicals. Love musicals. That's not a surprise, I'm sure, to anybody who listens to this show. But, so love that. Yeah, I don't know. What are the other genres? I don't like death metal, hard rock, whatever, that kind of stuff. But yeah, I don't like old country. I don't like new country. I don't like Johnny Cash. I think Johnny Cash is shit. I think it's terrible. Creepy says, I'll ask my daughters. No idea who that is. They'll know who that is. Let's see. I'm like, I would say on average, I probably dislike most rap, but there is some rap that is really, really good that I really like. Same thing with R&B, to that nature. So pop music, I take it or leave it. There's usually a handful of pop songs that I think are pretty good that I like. Most artists that are somewhat popular, there's usually a song or two of theirs that I like to a certain extent, to a certain amount. But yeah. Now, in terms of like going to a concert, the people I've seen the most are Dave Matthews Band and Paramore. Those are the two artists that I've seen the most in person. Yeah, Wu-Tang. I do love Wu-Tang. Wu-Tang's great. Method Man's been coming out with some new stuff. That's been pretty cool. I will say I'm much more likely to like old school, if you will, R&B and rap than some of the new stuff. I don't really mess with that too much. It's really weird, and I find it to be very not pleasant to listen to. Jimmy Eat World is great. I've seen Jimmy Eat World. I want to say I've seen Jimmy Eat World twice, but it might have been 3 times. I think Futures is like the best album, one of the best albums of all time. I think that album's amazing. I think we've covered this before, but Kettle Tide, that is a turn. However, I will say Kettle is that would be a fantastic tool, a fantastic weapon, a kettle. Well, that's fantastic. Yeah. Sing cute without the E. Fantastic. I like Coheed and Cambria. So there's a group I like. That's a rock band, right? Coheed and Cambria. And I will freely admit, I discovered Coheed and Cambria through Rock Band? The guitar game. Yeah. Theodore says beats mine. He's talking about his Spotify song of the year, which was Wiggles Wheels on the Bust. So somebody's got kids, I hope. But you know what? No shame, man. If you love you some Wheels on the Bus, you knock yourself out, man. Welcome Home, yes. But that album, which is what I'm trying to remember if I can remember the name of the album. It's like Good Night Apollo on Burning Star 4, I think is the name of that album, maybe, or something like that, close to it. That is a fantastic album. Yeah, very prog rock, and like the story of Cambria and the hero and him taking on the evil galactic empire and all that other jazz. or good. Is it Goodbye Apollo on Burning Star 4? I think that might be the name of the album. I don't remember the exact name of the album, but that is a cool group. I do like their stuff. I also miss the Rock Band Guitar Hero days. I was always a Rock Band person, not a Guitar Hero plan. I remember Smith had like the full setup in his basement. He even had the smoke machine and the spotlight machine. We had the whole setup, and we would just go in there. There we go. Good Apollo on Burning Star 4. From Fear Through the Eyes of Madness is the album name. All right. Well, you know what? I'm going to give myself mostly credit. That's pretty close. It's closer than I thought. I'm impressed that I remember that much. I did not remember the subtitle of it. But yeah, we used to go over. In fact, funny story. It was 2008, I think, and it was 2008, and I had just broken up with my girlfriend, and then Smith broke up with his girlfriend, and my buddy Steve broke up with his girlfriend, and my buddy Ross broke up with his girlfriend, and so all of us were single, and it was like the summer, and we just spent the entire summer in Smith's basement. We were playing like Rock Band and Marvel. What was that name of that game? Not Marvel Heroes. It was like a fighting game where everybody controlled a different X-Men or a different mutant. I just remember we played that game a lot. And we just played all these video games, and we were always in Smith's basement, hanging out in Smith's basement. And then that's the one. Thank you. That's it. Marvel Ultimate Alliance. That's the one. And it was summer 2008, and we went the whole summer. It was Marvel Ultimate Alliance. It was not X-Men Legends. It was Marvel Ultimate Alliance. And went through the whole. We did play X-Men Legends as well, but we went through the whole summer. It was fantastic. It was great. And then one day, I show up. I show up, and I'm like, oh, all good to go. And all three of the guys are like, oh yeah, no, I'm not gonna be able to come over tomorrow. I'm going on a date. And I was like, what happened? And they were all like, they're like, yeah, I don't know how much more time I can spend, in a dark basement with a bunch of dudes. I need to get back out there. And so in the course of 2 weeks, everybody had a girlfriend except for me. And I was like, guys, no. I was like, what about our summer of video games and Rock Band and playing video games? Don't leave me. They left me. And Smith married that girlfriend, and Ross married that girlfriend, and Steve married that girlfriend. So, I eventually got another girlfriend, but then we broke up. And then I got another girlfriend, and then we broke up. And then I got another girlfriend, and we broke up. But we still live together. There may have been another girlfriend in there as well. I don't remember exactly. There's been a lot. I don't want a wife. Trust me, you don't have a channel like this and have a wife. You started KLC, which some argue is better than getting married. Some may argue that. I enjoy my freedom. I will say that. So, but there's like I said, there's downsides. But for me, they're not that bad. I enjoy my pups. Obviously they're getting up there in age, and eventually they will pass on, and that will be, basically the end of me. So that will be good. So enjoy these years while you can, folks. That's why we gotta get this Wilderfeast game going ASAP before my dogs die, and I have nothing to live for. But yeah, I like mega games. I like creating experiences for people, but I need to get out of my own head. I need to focus on the fun. So maybe Cinnabos is right. Don't you mean Seas of Eam? Seas of Eam is great too. There's the emo showing. Yes. I'll say, let's see. What do we got from ChatGPT? Can ChatGPT write me an emo song about running and designing a TTRPG mega game? All right, ChatGPT, do your thing here. Let's see. All right, here we go. Sure. Here's an emo. No, this is terrible. This is actually bad. Throw it in Suno. Late night staring at spreadsheets, faction clocks and broken plans. 30 players want a future I can barely understand. I like balanced stats like balance sheets. Hope the system doesn't crack. If this table falls apart, I'm gonna take every failure back. I tell them this won't work, you must trust me. Say it steadily, say it clean. But my lungs are burning questions every time I hit mile 3. I'm running from my own creation, from a world that won't stop growing. Hex by hex is calling me back. Every rule, another weight I'm holding. I can't outrun the things I've made. Every promise, every plot. I built a game the size of a continent, and I'm buried in this sandbox. All right, that wasn't bad. Not enough coffee, Mishi Knight. Not enough. Red Joker, say, look at that. This is you guys have completely broken me. This is what a broken man looks like. Actually, this makes sense. This is historically this is the roughest time of the year for me because the holidays are very good, which were very good, but January, February, March, April, a lot of people are reassessing finances, holidays. A lot of people are really locked in at work and stuff like that. So a lot of content creators see like tips and new signups and stuff like that. They go downhill, and so this is always a very stressful time for people, and I'm sure it'll be it'll be the same for me. Did I improve that? You mean improvise that? No, creepy. I had ChatGPT write me the lyrics. That clip should be the channel intro. Yeah. Well, I should. There was a chance I was going to be at Page, this week, but like I said, I'm going on a cruise next week, an emo cruise. So, and again, I was just talking about money, but I'm not paying for the emo cruise. My sugar daddy's paying for the emo cruise. So, it's true. 2026 doesn't seem like it has a lot on the docket. I mean, I think we saw that kind of massive spur into action because of the OGL crisis. And, obviously it took a while for people to get the gears going and then get their Kickstarters and then actually make the damn thing and then actually release it. And all that happened. And now that that's happened, there's kind of nothing really on the docket. It is true. Heroic Deeds is just, they saw Heroic Deeds and they said, well, we can't top that. What are we going to do? Just have experience points? No, I absolutely think that the entire structure of Heroic Deeds would work really well in a mega game because that kind of, historically the whole our games have always been about just clock progression. So I think that is a really something I think that we really should look at. Can we get a Dear Maria Count Me In karaoke tip call? I got your picture, I'm coming with you, dear Maria, count me in. There's a story at the bottom of this bottle, and I'm a pen. Garblake, I did see that, and I haven't actually seen it yet. I haven't checked it out, so it is on my list of things to do in my bujo, in my bullet journal. But yeah, I did see it. I felt bad because obviously your game has done tremendously well, and you deserve all the kudos. And then Knights of Last Call comes in there and goes, "Wow, we don't like damage pools," and then you're like, "Oh no!" Like I know you didn't like feel like you were second guessing your decisions. Who the fuck are we? Nobody. But I did feel bad that you were like you felt compelled to try to fix our broken hearts, fix our broken souls. Mishi Knight, you missed it earlier. I am not excited about Blade 68 at all. Right. Don't try to design something for Vin. Don't try to design something for Derek. It will only break your heart. And especially don't try to buy. By the way, Vin, I think Vin is harder to please than me when it comes to mechanics. So Vin is because Vin is, number one, he equivocates on everything, and number two, he has absolutely contradictory things. Like he wants completely separate things in a game. It's so crazy. He'll be like, "Oh no," he's like, "I want all I'm thinking about with my game is like vibes and feel, and I want speed. I want it to be fast and play." And you're like, "Oh, okay." He's like, "But the numbers have to be huge. We need a lot of numbers, huge numbers, massive numbers." And it was like, okay, well, you got to pick one. Yeah, no, both is impossible. All right, well, I don't feel bad, but busting out the Excel in anger. Okay, I can understand that. No emo band. I like the music. It's fun. It reminds me of a time when I was younger and less gray hair. It was good times. Yeah, Vin will be the first to tell you he's not a living supercomputer, and Vin doesn't even really like necessarily playing on VTTs, So, yeah. You said Cal's magic word, Excel spreadsheets. Well, I did get a message from Stephen Glicker, and he was like, "Hey, Deathbringer," because Stephen Glicker, their Roll for Combat is publishing Deathbringer. He's like, "Deathbringer won most anticipated game for 2026. But I don't even know it's coming out in 2026. I think the Kickstarter is going to be in April or something, or March. So I don't know that it's even coming out." That's right. 1982 right here. Well, I also pointed out Garblag Games. I was like, Professor Dungeon Master, or I pointed out Steven, I said, you don't think it had something to do with the fact that he has 150,000 subs? It's a massive. I mean, like, that's a huge community to rally, Is Deathbringer its own game? No, it is a Shadow Dark hack. I think originally Deathbringer was its own game. It was just a very simple one-pager that Professor Dungeon Master really liked. And then much like, is it Knave? Second edition? Maybe it's Knave. There was some game that, like, the first edition was just like 1 or 2 pages, and then the second edition is like 140 pages. And it's because they realized that, like, if you're going to do a Kickstarter, you need to give people more than 1 page. And so when Professor realized, like, if I'm going to do a Kickstarter, like, it's one thing to just give away the rule set for free, Karn. Okay, Karn. But, like, it's one thing to, like, hey, here's my micro light game, have it for free. But, like, what are you going to do? A Kickstarter for a 2-page game or a 3-page game? No one's doing that. That's something you put up on itch.io and you say, hey, pay what you want. If you want to throw me $2, that'd be cool or whatever. But if you're going to do like a proper Kickstarter, you need to kind of expand it. So now then Professor Dungeon Master was like, oh shit, I have to, like, make a game. And so then you have to make this tough decision, which is, do you try to, stake another, claim another fiefdom in a competitive landscape? And, there's no doubt that Professor Dungeon Master's style is very, Shadow Dark adjacent, And so the question is, like, are you going to just try to ice skate uphill? Or are you going to try to, leverage that community? And this is the tough part between, like, do I want to make my own game, or do I want to make games that a lot of people are actually going to play? And I understand that the tension for that, because, like, when you're someone like in Professor Dungeon Master's seat, you have a huge community. I mean, he's one of the largest dungeon tubers, certainly by size of subscribers. So there's it's kind of a big decision and a big choice for you to make. And do you try to like go with the tide and go with the moment, the momentum, or do you try to, stake your own claim and do this massive thing? And if you're like a small independent gamer, fuck it, just stake your claim and do your own cool thing, which is awesome. But if you're like someone like him, I'm not saying that like obviously anybody can hit a home run, but the truth of the matter is Professor Dungeon Master, his Kickstarter is probably going to do, I don't know, at least $1 million, maybe, I don't know, $1.5 million, right? I mean, again, I'm not involved in any of those conversations, but I have to imagine, given his size, that he's going to do really, really well. So, so again, I think he has to make a big decision. And ultimately, he decided that it made more sense to try to go with the flow than to fight it. So, yeah. I really wanted to know what's your go-to for a hero RPG. Also love Professor DM, one of the first channels I watched, and convinced me to buy Hate for the minis. Oh, Hate the board game. Dan's great. One of my people I always look forward to hanging out with, and we get dinner at all the cons and stuff like that. He's a really good guy. What's my go-to for a hero RPG? What do you mean for a hero RPG? Maybe I don't know what a hero RPG is. Like what class I like to play? I mean, I like wizards. Grimdark was my take-free RPG Day page, 2 pages, involved into Dodeca, a 50-page zine, which then evolved into Heroic Deeds, 216 pages. Yeah. Oh, my superhero capes TTRPG game. Currently, I would say I don't have any because I don't. It used to be Mutants and Masterminds, but I've kind of off it. I ran a Mutants and Masterminds campaign a couple of years ago, and it was just not the same as I remembered it back when I was super into D20 and being really fiddly. It was overly fiddly. So right now it's kind of nothing. I mean, like I liked Sentinels of the Multiverse. I think Masks is a cool game, but it's not really a superhero game. It's more of a teen drama game through the lens of superheroes. So yeah, I don't really have one right now, to be honest with you. Is my Monster Hearts? That's my real answer. Garblag Games, are you the author? He is indeed the author of Heroic Deeds. I don't know anything about Invincible, other than that the show seemed terrible and I don't care about it. But you know me, I don't like anything, so. Also, I'm a little suspicious about Year Zero engine working for superheroes. I could be wrong, but I'm a little suspicious. But I could be wrong. Assuming it's a Year Zero engine game, I assume it is. But man, fun stuff. Man, what have we been going for 3.5 hours already? Oh my God, we have been. Holy shit. This is why I can never get anything done. Because I can spend 3.5 hours and not actually solve any of my problems. Instead, I just create new ones. All right, Jace, we'll take care. I gotta go too. I gotta get to try to have some sort of reasonable time schedule. Although I did find out something good news today. So I live in Cleveland. We're flying to Miami for this cruise. Again, I'm not paying any money for this. But my buddy contacted me today, and he said he got an upgrade to first class. So we're flying first class. So thanks, Larry. Yeah, it's 3 a.m. here. So Garblag, again, I said many times during the stream, it's impossible for me to fully know without actually rolling it. But Feasty Ricci. Well, there's something I have this. Well, okay. There's kind of like a don't like this. This is a terrible stream. Streams like this are not designed for the common person. This is a stream that's designed for crazy people. Part of me wants to avoid doing seasons anymore because with this game, because you theoretically don't have a level, but eventually you get a Mick Reaches is pretty fucking good. I have flown through Miami. I agree with you. It's not a great airport experience for sure. But I wanted something that that sounded kind of gourmet and monstery. Again, Wilderfeast sounds kind of wild, monstrous, but also, whatever. So I need to mess around with some random tables, maybe some LLMs, and workshop some names for sure. All right, I think I'm gonna go. Try to not mess up my sleep schedule too much. But yeah, Sunday we'll be back with Dolmenwood. Looking forward to taking a look at that. Although I did realize I was a little sad they didn't send me the map book. Which made me a little sad, but that's okay. And then on Tuesday, we're going to be looking at Mucklands, the campaign setting for Land of Eam. And then Bob is going to take my Land of Eam that they sent me and play the game with his kids. And I'm sure Bob will talk about the characters that they made and all the stuff. Also, Wednesday, 2 days ago, Wednesday, Bob ran Wilderfeast. So when he's here on Tuesday, I intend to find out from him how it went. He ran a Wilderfeast one shot for a couple of his buddies who love Monster Hunter. So it'll be interesting to see what they say or what he says about the game. I'm sure he'll be like, I didn't know what I was doing, and there were so many rules, but it's not really that many rules. But I don't know. We'll see. Maybe it ran really well. The fact that he didn't tell me right away suggests to me that it went badly, but we'll find out. I'm curious to know how it went. And by the way, I mean I don't mean Bob, didn't run it well. I mean, like I'm gonna guess the players bounced off of the idea because I think they might like the monster hunting part, but I don't know how much they love like the idea of like, wielding pans and pots and pans and talking about love and the secret ingredient in all cooking is love. Bob is a good barometer. Bob is the barometer for the average man in TTRPGs. That's why he's such a useful tool for me in this in running this thing. He's indispensable because he's a great insight into sort of. I mean, I'm like the opposite, right? So that is actually one thing that we're missing. Bob used to be the complete FNG, right? He was the total fucking noob. Now we've lost that because Bob is an experienced game master who he's run more games and played more games than most people have. So now Bob is sort of more of like, he's not as experienced as me, but he's been around. So it's like, we don't have that new guy perspective anymore. So that Bob used to be kind of my wide-eyed, open, naive person. But now Bob, he's seen some battles. He's seen some campaigns. He knows his way around the GM screen. And so he, in some ways, his impact on the channel has changed in that he is now more of an equal to me than it was before, where it was like Bob is definitely the apprentice, is the newbie, and Derek is the grandmaster or whatever. But now Bob has run a lot of games and Bob has seen a lot of things, and he's got a lot more experience and run these mega games and stuff like that. So again, he's definitely elevated himself up to be more of an equal, which is cool, which is great. But it also means that he doesn't have that same role in the channel as he used to have. They didn't like the feast part, apparently. Okay, interesting. There's actually not that much mechanics to the feast part, which a little disappointing to me. I mean, I like a good cooking mechanic, but yeah, that makes sense to me. My players keep requesting draw steel, so I haven't run Wilderfeast yet. Well, there you go. I personally think, Jackal, that the Northern Reaches crowd, and by that, I'm going to take a step back. I'm going to say the old school Northern Reaches crowd, okay? I think would absolutely love the monster hunting mechanics from Wilderfeast. I think so. You know, it's kind of a gamey battle. You kind of have to work together to set up combos. Your characters are going to have these weird array of traits that you can maybe create some wombo combos with. The effects of the game are really powerful. Like, if you can make the monster exposed and then hit it with a mighty blow, you are going to be doing D20 times 2 damage doubled. So, like, I mean, it's pretty much like an auto wound if you can manage to land a big hit. But it's also really volatile, right? Because you're rolling a D20. So you could be like, I'm going to do a mighty blow, which does D20 times 2 damage, and somebody made the creature exposed. It's times 2 damage. You're like, oh my God, this is going to be amazing. And then you roll a 2. And you're like, well, I do 8 damage. Right? Like it's very volatile. And so it's kind of, you know, Dragonbane-esque, right? Which calls itself Mirth and Mayhem. And which is like, you could do all the things and still the game is like, get fucked, because it's a really volatile, you know, element of the game. So on one hand, in other words, this is why I say Northern Reaches people, because like the old school Northern Reaches people, Jackal, because I think some of the Northern Reaches people now are like, they're all about like, you know, the winning, and, you know, my characters are so strong and nothing bad will ever happen to me, and we're just going to win. And then we have people who are like, I don't really like the combat, and I'm more interested in the role playing and the story and the emergence and the narrative. And I think like neither of those groups would really like Wilderfeast, the specific mechanics that I'm talking about, which is much more in that sort of, it's kind of a crapshoot. You could do all these ridiculous things and still lose. You know, it's not role playing, but it's also not like complete dominance. Like, again, like I said, you could do all the right things and then roll low and do nothing essentially. So it's very weird mix of overlapping areas of interest, which to me feels much more in line with like some of the older school Northern Reaches type approaches to that aspect. Let's see. I could get down with Wilderfeast if all the cheesy culinary crap was torn out. That's the best part. Make it hardcore, gritty survivalism, hunt monsters, cut out their heart, and eat it to gain its mana power and level up. Yeah. But I'm boring like that. Yes, that is very boring. That is very boring. In fact, there's actually even a thing here, Beowulf. It says it in the feast portion of the game. It says, the iconic meals of Wilders combine the roughness of campfire cooking with the ceremony of a holiday festival. These Wilderfeasts are celebration and mourning all wrapped up in one. During this phase, you clean, prepare, and cook the monster where it fell, turning it into a meal that honors its legacy and gives you strength. And at the end, it says, to signal that you are done and the meal is ready to eat, one Wilder gives thanks. Think of this like saying grace or idakamashu. You can give thanks in whatever way you like. It could be short or formal, long or casual, spiritual or secular. Once it's finished, the pack digs in. No waves of light, no pulses of arcane energy accompany a Wilderfeast. The only magic that you eat is the weight of the food in your belly and the warmth of the friends besides you. So it's like it's full all in and just this like really like cozy, like, you know, thank you, monster, for this gift. Yeah, it system is setting goes so hard in Wilderfeast. Absolutely. Smenden says, Beowulf, you are odd. Listen, I love Beowulf. People like Beowulf are very important to my channel because they give texture to the ecosystem, so it's not just a bunch of me's running around, which is great. I mean, Cinnabos, I agree with you. You know, I'm one of those players who I like dice rolls because I like that they can go either way. I don't care if I win. I just want to have a cool moment. And sometimes a cool moment is you roll low and everything goes tits up. And I love that. But can you have a deed system with the feasting system? I think you could have a deed system with the feasting system separately. I think you would have to have two different systems of growing. I really love the ecological aspect of Wilderfeast as well. I agree with you. You are, the game is making a point. It is not just Monster Hunter. The game, maybe Monster Hunter gets into this, but there is definitely an element. It's a bit like Avatar, which I've said before, because the game doesn't go, oh, civilization and humanities are bad, nature is good. Nor does it say, you are only defending humans, monsters are evil and need to be destroyed. No, the game basically puts your characters at that crossroads. And they say, look, monsters are natural and important to the ecology of the world. But some monsters are problematic, and some monsters need to be killed, and some monsters can't be saved, and some monsters are a problem. Also, humanity is important, and that is, they have a right to live too. And humanity, just like everything else, needs to kill and eat to survive. That's the cost of doing business, unfortunately, in our world, is that in order to live, living things need to consume and eat other living things. But it also says that, look, humanity can be horrible. Humanity can be exploitative. Humanity can be greedy. Humanity can be destructive to their ends. And so it's not really clear. Your character is in the middle. And there's this idea of you kind of trying to strike a balance. And in fact, the literal DNA, the game is right on the nose. In the game, humans, when they roll their action die, they roll a D8. Monsters roll a D20. Your character, your PC, a Wilder, can roll either. You can roll a D8 or a D20 because your character is the link, right, between the natural world and the world of humanity. You are both human and monster. You are a Wilder. And that's why you have monster traits and you have human traits, because you're both. And this is Derek the interest, right, rather than Derek the fun. Derek the interest loves the idea of leaning into that, right? And that, by the way, is exactly why everyone hates this game. Because they come to play this game for fun and to bend and to kick monsters' asses and kick people's asses. And then the Fire Nation attacked. And then I earth bended them up good. And I hit them with an earth wave attack. And it was super effective. Right? And that's what they come here for. They come here for fun. And instead, this game throws a loop for you. And it says, fuck that. We're going to give you something interesting instead. We're going to make it so that this game is about your character being torn between two principles and being asked to succeed and achieve while trying to maintain a balance between the two principles. And people are like, ugh, this sounds like self-reflection and asking deep questions of myself and my character and really trying to process emotions. And can't I just explode something with Earth? Like, that would be much better. And that's why people don't like that game. I'm odd. I'm very odd. I'm way odder. We had a poll, and this, there's a bias. We had a poll. Who is the most unusual person? Like, who's more unusual? Me, Vin, or Beowulf? And Beowulf won, and that's totally wrong. Because way more people are like Beowulf than are like me. I'm a very strange person. In the RPG space, by the way. I would just give it a primal hunter-gatherer aesthetic. Yeah, maybe. Delicious and dungeon-esque, absolutely. That would be cool. Also true, Philip, I agree. I think exploring those nuances points is what makes the game fun. In the world of Monster Hunter, only monsters that are damaging the ecosystem gets hunted. Right, they make it fun and easy. And again, you could do that with Wilderfeast, too. I just say, I have this natural tendency to want to probe deeper and twist the knife a little bit, So that'd be cool. I think you'd enjoy it. I'm curious to see how well, because you're used to Pendragon, so you're used to those kind of mechanical role-playing cues, but I'm curious to see how you would interact with it. But in terms of like the content matter, I think you would dig it big time. Adam says, my wife and I both work in conservation and sustainability. It's an interesting conversation, but in IRL, it's almost exclusively humans bad. Ecological collapse and problem animals are largely human fault. True. But I mean, to be clear, I mean, that's because for the most part, I don't think in human history, right, we haven't really had a force that has had the kind of power to, um, reasonably protect it. And to be clear, Adam, this game does make it a little bit easier, right? Because in Wilderfeast, you have the existence of the frenzy, which is this curse virus that literally makes monsters into kind of monsters. And so, they do that so that it's a little bit less cut and dry instead of just, otherwise it would probably just be humans bad. But with the frenzy, there are times when a monster is, really problematic, right? So, Captain Planet reaches. Well, that's right. Yeah. Well, they don't know. It's theorized that the no one knows, but like the theory is that this curse virus is spread by the technology from the ancients, and the corporation, the charter, is always hauling out the old technology, and the people theorize that might be what spreads this curse virus, right? Like it's some sort of radiation or something. No one's really sure. So it's kind of a guess, but yes, there's an element there of perhaps they are spreading it, right? And they are making it worse. Right. We don't have the kind of big creatures that are existential threats to us in humans like they do. So it's not quite as cut and dry. We pretty much have the advantage, and we've had the advantage for a very long time against our we've been apex predators for a long time here. But again, we Northern Reaches season 1 had this completely emergent struggle between the people who wanted the Jagged Pine Forest clock to finish, and people who wanted the Northern Reaches harvest the Jagged Pine Forest clock to finish. And both of them were thinking about the good of the community. The Northern Reaches, the Northport people wanted the city level to go up so that people could get better gear, and the Jagged Pine people wanted that clock to finish so that everybody would get free archetype druid. But the problem was those two clocks were designed in opposition, right? It was a tug of war clock. So if one clock ticked, the other clock unticked. And so you couldn't, for one to win, right? Two clocks enter, one clock leaves. And it just created, arguments. It created, two-party system. It created, differences and arguments and vitriol, because some people saw that this was the best way, and other people thought this was the best way, and they kind of, they disagreed in the approach. They all wanted what was best, quote unquote, for the game, but they were obviously opposed in how to do that. And there's an element of that I'm like, I liked that. I thought that was cool. Some people absolutely hated that. They said it ruined the game. I came here to have fun, and now everyone's debating about the ecological impact of the city and whether we have a right to be here. I didn't come here for that. I respect that. I do respect that. But also, I don't know. I think it's kind of cool. Olafrondo. I mean, yes, I think the the big part that makes Wilderfeast, the big part that makes Wilderfeast dungeon meshy is, it's the, it's the parts like, here's your recipes, the whole sections about, creating wingfish dumplings and how to make the directions, and here's a fishball noodle soup with winter vegetables, and what about here's a spicy lapuni head. Look at that. You need 1 unit of basin chili, you need 2 units of onion grass, 1 dizzy shroom, and 1 wild lapuni. Restores 5 stamina, and you gain 3 levels of the invigorated condition. Ooh, very nice. So it's like, and even like the game's like you have to like describe the recipe. So it's like it's not just a mechanical thing. It's like, okay, blanch the lapuni head in hot water. Save the rest of the meat for another dish. Marinate the head in salt, cooking wine, and onion grass for several hours. Stew on high heat with dizzy shroom and basin chili. Serve as a snack. Later, the wilder, if you want to, now you can either eat it right there and then, or you can serve it later as a snack. Is there a vegan version? There sure is. I don't remember where it is, but it's in here somewhere. But it's a PDF, so of course it can't load, and it's really problematic. Here we go. I don't remember where it talks about it, but yeah, there's a whole thing about if you want to do vegan. I don't remember where that is. Vegan accessibility. It's randomly in page 268. Let's see what random area of the game it's in. It's in guiding the game. Okay, so apparently it's in the GM section. An accessibility that often comes up is veganism. You may have players who aren't comfortable with their characters eating animal products. Yada, 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 yada. And it says, it is a game about fighting and hunting monsters. It says, after talking, you may find that Wilderfeast isn't to their taste, and that's perfectly okay. There are many other excellent games you can play. However, if they're still enthusiastic about players, here's how they can play. Be warned that these stretch the definition of veganism, as they are still technically animal-based. And they introduce the idea of mushi, which is a mysterious group of fungi which absorbs the essence of local monsters, and wilder fruits, which grow from over frenzied corpses. Frenzied meaning monsters that were infected with the frenzy virus. So there you go. Yeah, I mean, they give you some options, but yeah, in the nicest way possible. They're basically like, look, if you really want to play, okay, but yeah. I mean, this is one of the best. This is one of the best lines that we've ever seen in this here, which is, Wilderfeast is primarily about hunting monsters. Make sure every player is enthusiastic about this premise before proceeding. And they have talk about here about reluctance, and it says, on the other hand, if a player is maybe too enthusiastic about hunting monsters, it's worth stating that Wilderfeast is not about hunting every monster. Discuss with your group what actions in general you believe merit an increase to harmony. Acting like a modern day conservationist is at the extreme end of the spectrum. For most, it's simply enough to treat nature with respect, to listen when it speaks, and to receive its gifts with humility and gratitude. Then discuss what actions in general you believe merit an increase or a decrease to harmony. It's important to communicate these expectations beforehand, as otherwise players who learn about them in the moment might feel punished or taken by surprise. Diesel quotient. Well, no, we weren't really looking at this game particularly, but we were just looking at using the game to play a mega game. But that being said, this is not Cabela's Big Game Hunter, the TTRPG, or like Oregon Trail, where you would shoot 27 buffalo, and then it'd be like, you can only bring back 50 pounds of meat. It's like, you shot 3,000 pounds of meat. You can only carry 50 back to your wagon. Yeah. So, well, the difference is, I mean, they have a bunch of example monsters, Diesel, but like this is a flint knuckle. It's about 4 meters high. They are the largest of apes found in the one land. And the flint knuckle has the following styles, skills, and traits. And so if you were to kill a swift knuckle, you could either raise one of your styles that is that the monster has that is higher than your style. So if my might, if my mighty was a 1 or a 2, I could eat it and become +1 to my mighty. I could also increase one of these skills, or I could acquire the burning body trait, the climbing trait, or the threaten trait. In this case, this creature has threaten 2. So not only could I acquire threaten, but if I already had the threaten trait, I could upgrade my threaten to threaten 2. And then in the back of the book, there's a whole big long list of all the different traits. Or Oregon. No, I know. Oregon. Oregon. No, listen, the state's name is Oregon. The name of the game is Oregon. And Wilderfeast, but there's a 1 in 100 chance the players run into a xenomorph instead, and now they're playing aliens. Philip says, I'm a vegan in real life, and while I wouldn't be bothered about playing a game where my character is not vegan, I actually think there's a lot of overlap between the ecological aspects of the game and veganism. Very interesting. But yeah, these are all the different traits that you can acquire from the different monsters out there. And some of them have multiple levels. But, you know, fire breath, flying, floating, gargantuan, haste, hibernator, hunger, natural armor, photosynthesis, slippery, slow digestion. All sorts of cool stuff. Right, and then naturally, of course, now we get into now we bring in the broken empires, Scott, and we start giving people diseases. Derek, why won't you let me complete my fire breath blubber build? Oh, guys, the fire breath blubber meta is just it's so OP. The fire breath blubber meta. Okay, but real talk. That is exactly the kind of interesting thing that I would love to see, right? So, like, imagine that somebody finds out that maybe there's some trait that's really broken, and everyone goes, "Man, I really want that trait." And a bunch of players in the mega game are like, "Hey, GMs, you should run a game where I can go hunt that monster so that I can get, maybe it turns out that, I don't know, the fire breath is OP. And so now all these players want fire breath. And so now all these players are going to hunt monsters, this one monster that gives fire breath, because they are, they are giving in to the desire to exploit this monster for its benefit. And that's kind of an interesting part to me. Like, as a GM who's overseeing this game, I would love to show the ecological impact of a community's decision to, say, perhaps overly harvest a monster. And how would you feel as a player, to be like, I could go hunt this monster and I could get this powerful broken ability, but then aren't I a part of the problem? Right? Aren't I exploiting this monster for my own personal gain? Do I want to take the high road? You don't need extinction clocks. The game already has them. It's called community health, and it basically already exists. And, I would think that after a certain point, the GM, the overlord would announce that the community health clock for that community of that monster would be, right. You overhunt the fire breathers, and now the Venusaur population explodes. And that's the kind of not fun shit that Derek loves to do. And some people, a very small number of people, really like that. Not just in a mega game, but I'm talking about in normal D&D too. In normal RPGs. I like to, to twist the knife, and I like to make people, again, a lot of people play RPGs, and I understand why. They want to be able to win, and they don't want to compromise, and they don't want it to cost them anything, and the only downside to their victory is that there were no more worlds. You weep because there were no more worlds to conquer. You beat the game, you beat it fully. You beat you lost nothing, you won everything. You're the winner, hands down. Everything's great. Dogs and cats living together, and that's a lot of fun. Woo! I like a more complex. I like more complex choices, and I like this idea that with great power comes great responsibility. All power comes with a cost. You may not understand what that cost is until later, and I like having players see the consequences of their actions. What I have discovered is that a lot of times in these games, people will do stuff and then will point out, and this is some bad thing that happened because you did that thing, and people will feel bad that happened, and they're like, I'd rather you didn't do that, in that respect. Actually, Adam, you are right, but what you just described is actually a lot of our mega game players. Not all of them, but there's this core segment of our mega game players who are, they love the idea of being really powerful, but also having all these crazy consequences and all this really emergent crazy stuff. In fact, they want the intensity of everything dialed to 11. They want the intensity of the powers and the abilities and the traits to be turned to 11, but they also want the intensity of the consequences and the actions to be turned 11. Right. Can Frodo return to the Shire? Well, to be clear, Adam, Knights of the Last Call is a really cool community. And again, this isn't everybody. We're 550 people strong here. Not all those people play mega games. Not everyone's like that. And to be clear, I think that's fine. But that's the kind of game that I like making. And that type of game is not for everybody. So anyways, I said I was going to go at 3. It's now 3:30. I'm definitely going to go now. So we'll be back on Sunday. It was cool hanging out with everybody, just shooting the shit on a Friday night. It's good having you here. Good hanging, good hangs, and we'll be back to look at a bunch of hex crawls, Domanwood, and then Land of Eam again, and then when I get back from the cruise, we'll probably finish up Draw Steel. We got classes to finish up there, and then the World's Our Oyster. We'll be into February-ish, or getting close. And it's time to start figuring out what I'm going to do to make the One Ring game look cool. I want to have a cool overlay, and I want to have a nice, fun interaction with the chat. And I want to try to automate it as much as possible and create some really clear, cool ways for people. Because to be clear, I want to run the Moria game. I want to interact with chat, but I also want to create some paywalls, some opportunities for people to express their thanks via some cash donations, without completely destroying the game. Wheel of Pain, and but it'll be fun for me. It'll be profitable for me too, which is helpful, and hopefully it's a fun experience that we can enjoy. And like I said, if I can make me $50-$60 a stream, that'd be pretty cool too. So, you know what, GM Scott? I'm going to tell you something crazy here. I have no idea. Again, I was not involved in planning this cruise. It was offered to me as a free opportunity to go. I said, sure. I'm paying nothing out of pocket for anything. My buddy took care of everything. It is in the Caribbean. We're in Miami. So that's all I know. It's going to have emo bands on it. So yeah. There is always OnlyFans. That is very true. Unfortunately, that ship has sailed. But I don't know. I mean, again, there are 3 wolves inside of me. There's the wolf that needs to make money, and then there's the wolf that has this like perfect platonic ideal of what role-playing games should be. And then there's also the wolf that's like, I just don't care. Those are the three wolves that are competing. Gilligan's Island, the role-playing game. No, it is not a 3-hour tour. It's a 4-day tour. But I don't know. I don't know. It's got 2 sea days. I know that. So, but it's kind of interesting because it is my buddy. I mean, I've been friends with this guy for 25 years or something like that. It's his first cruise. So it's actually really cool. I mean, this is like my, I don't know, 15th cruise or something like that. But it is my first cruise with Norwegian. I've never cruised on Norwegian. I've cruised Carnival. I've cruised Royal Caribbean, but I've never cruised Norwegian. So that'll be interesting. It'll be fun. And but it'll be fun experiencing it through him. I'm curious how much he'll enjoy it, if he'll hate it or if he'll love it. But also, it's kind of a bad estimation of a cruise because, again, it's a cruise where they have all these bands. There's it's like a lineup. It's more like a music festival on the water, you know. I reckon those 3 wolves is a millennial thing. Okay, one wolf wants money, one wolf wants fun, and one wolf doesn't care. Yeah, that is exactly right. That is exactly right. No, Miami, Champ Scott. We're flying in Miami. Although we are flying first class. My buddy upgraded us. He did something the other day. On the way home, it's a little tilting. On the way home, we get off in Miami, and then we're flying from Miami, but we're flying to Detroit, and then we're connecting in Detroit to fly into Cleveland. And it's like, it's like, so, like, what is that flight from Detroit to Cleveland? Like 25 minutes, maybe at most. It's crazy. Like, I was like, airlines are so terrible. Like, why is there a flight from Detroit to Cleveland? Like, just drop me off at Cleveland. I hate not direct flights. Like, flights, I'm okay. I can deal with it. But I hate getting off the plane and then I have to reboard the plane, and then we have to get off, and we have to I hate it. But it's okay. Yeah, the classic millennial Cerberus. Yeah, that makes sense. That actually makes a lot of sense. I could see that being kind of like where we're at, you know, where this, you know, we're sort of torn between, you know, being kind of burnt out by everything, but also being like, I want to have fun, and I want to make money, and I want to, you know, be a good corporate cog in the wheel and make a bunch of money like you're supposed to. But also it's like, I want to have fun, and, you know, like 40 is the new 30, man, you know. But I'm also kind of like, I don't want to do either of those things. I just want to stay at home with my dogs and, you know, eat soup and watch YouTube, watch Luis Scott Vargas draft Magic the Gathering, you know? Yeah, exactly. I was like, they're going to be like, all right, folks, we've reached our cruising altitude. So if you want to go ahead and get ready, because we're going to be beginning our departure, or we're going to be beginning our descent into Cleveland. You know, like, it's like you're literally up and then down. Like, it's completely crazy. You know, it's funny that you mentioned that, Adam, because Cleveland is, unfortunately, so I used to be a member of the Polar Bear Club. I used to support when we had polar bears. Unfortunately, this was like over a decade ago. They the last of their polar bears got cancer, and they euthanized him. So they never got polar bears again. But now they're getting rid of all their aquatic mammals. They're getting rid of their seals and their sea lions. And the reason they're getting rid of their seals and sea lions is just because they don't think that the exhibit doesn't meet their modern standards of enrichment and well-being for the animals. You know, they say they're like, it was designed by a pool architect, you know, back in like the 80s or something like that, you know, not an ecological advisory committee. And the reason why it's really sad is because, like, the thing I loved about the Cleveland Zoo more than anything were the polar bears, seals, and sea lions. And so, unfortunately, in the interest of their animals, they have closed and they're closing those exhibits. Basically, they're getting rid of their animals, and yeah. So, unfortunately, it was a good decision on behalf of the animals, and I was very sad when they, decided to end their polar bear program. But I used to donate quite a bit of money because polar bears is like my favorite animal, and yeah, so unfortunately, but yeah. There you go. Pretty close to the people who made those determinations. Lots of tough decision making. Absolutely. Zoos are in a tough spot because, you have people who, on one hand, the people who work at zoos, it's like these are the people who like care the most about animals and animal conservation and animal awareness. On the other hand, they're, to a certain extent, I can see the point where people say you're stealing these animals and you're throwing them in cages. So it's like this really tough situation to be in. And I know a lot of animals nowadays were born in captivity, yada, yada, yada. They could never live, or they were hurt or whatever like that. They could never be released in the wild. But again, it's a tough situation all around, especially for people who literally have dedicated their entire lives to the betterment of animals. So it's a tough spot. Anyways, who is next? We can have a whole ass conversation about. Yeah, I mean that's the world in a nutshell, man. Everything is way more complicated and way more deep than you ever possibly imagined it could be. So, all right. Well, with that being said, with my love of polar bears being expressed and my regret at seeing the seals and the sea lions go, I'm going to say thank you again for joining me and hanging out with me. Shout out to the handful of people who subbed and tipped, especially Jake, who noted that I was begging, and a big shout out to definitely 20 Cats RPG, who started off by mocking me for begging for money and then tipped me because I made my response about how I'm not begging for money and how I don't even have a stream goal. And this stream is not even turned on for monetization. And he was basically like, damn, okay, you got me. And he tipped $5 because he said, he's like, I'm not an asshole. You're right. You got me. And he tipped $5. And I respect the hell out of that. That's amazing. So thank you so much, everybody. Thank you to my patrons. We'll see you Friday. We'll see you Sunday. So we'll be back 48 hours. I'll be on the Patreon tomorrow. You know that. Saturday, I got nothing going on. It's one of those. I'll be on the stream. I'll be on the Discord all day, chatting with folks, hanging out with folks, figuring out how to hack heroic deeds into everything. And apparently that's the new thing now. Is how do we hack heroic deeds into everything? Garblag, welcome to the Knights, buddy. This is how we do it. We always end it 3 times. All right, but folks, see you next time. Night's the last call. Peace.